So good morning, and we are going to get started.
Good.
And we're very excited to be with you here. Joe and I are joining you from lovely Bloomington, Indiana, on the beautiful campus of Ivy Tech Bloomington. And we want to thank Chancellor Jenny Vaughn and Rotarian Susie Graham for making this space available to us. So I'm Jessika Hane. I am the district governor from Rotary International District 6580. That's District 6580 in Southern Indiana. And this is my good friend, Joe Collings.
Joe Collings, District Governor of 6560, and we're Central Indiana, Rockville and Richmond.
And together, we are the Joe and Jessika Show. And I love Joe because he always laughs at my jokes. And he's got a really good presentation, and I've got mostly corny jokes. So I think that together, it will be really good. So we're able to be together today in person because both Joe and I have received our COVID-19 vaccines, and we're super glad to at least be able to be together for this conference. We are. And we want to take a moment to say that we hope that you are vaccinated. And we hope that if you're not vaccinated yet, that you have your appointments and that you've made your plan to get vaccinated. Because as Rotarians, we know that vaccines work and vaccines save lives. So we're looking forward to being back together in person with you again. So please get those vaccines and we'll be together soon. So we have a really exciting day planned for you. We have 4 amazing speakers, really great speakers. We're so excited to introduce them to you. And we also, so we'll do 3 of those before lunch, 3 speakers in quick succession. And then we'll take a lunch break so you can eat your PDG, your turkey sandwich, maybe last night's leftovers from the comfort of your home. And Jennifer Stanfield from District 6560 has put together a lovely 30-minute Rotary video slideshow. So you can watch that while you're getting your lunch. We'll take a couple of bathroom breaks too, so no worries there. And then we'll come back after lunch and we will have our final speaker, and then we'll go into our district breakout session. So we hope you are here the entire day. For those of you who might be attending your first district conference, know that each district does its annual business at the district conference. So there's lots of stuff to learn, and we want you to be here for as much of this conference as you can be. But, you know, I would say that, wow, I mean, what a Rotary year. It's just been kind of crazy. You know, the Rotary year of 2020, 2022, it's been really challenging. It's been frustrating at times. It's been enlightening. And in many regards, it's been a lot of fun in ways that I don't think we ever could have imagined. I don't think I would have gotten to talk to Joe as much because we did so many Zooms over our year.
We had such a buildup at the first year with the International Assembly. And we were ready to go, and then March last year hit, and we've scrambled since.
Yeah. So we're really glad to be here together. I think when I first met Joe in fall of 2018, we knew we were both really eager to work together. And we talked about how our conference was going to be really different and you know, really memorable. And well, we're certainly getting that today. So Joe's got some great comments too.
And all the planning we did at that period of time to have a physical conference, we were ready to go, be a day and a half, and here we are today. So we're glad we're able to get together. We know you're going to have a great conference. So we've tried to put things together that are of interest. So we hope you enjoy it.
And wow, we are doing really well, Joe. So I want to ring the bell again because I don't feel like people really heard the bell the first time. So, and like you can't see it. So let's just make sure. This is if you hold it, it won't be loud enough. But this is the bell. We're going to officially start the 2020-2021 virtual district conference. Okay, I don't want to hurt him. It's like, whoa! See, he always laughs at me, and this makes me feel really, really good. So we will try to stay on time today, and we will be mindful of our speakers. And I want to see if we have Floyd Lancia on right now, because we could introduce him if he is ready. I think you should go for it, Joe.
Okay,
all right.
Let's do it. Well, Jessica touched on just now an issue that we have, and as you know, Rotary each month has a special project that they're always achieving or attempting to achieve. But next week is World Immunization Month. So not only for polio are we looking forward to that, but we also need to work on the COVID-19 virus. Well, as Jessica noted, we welcome you to the 2021 Virtual District Conference. We trust you have several takeaways, and today we have tried to provide current. Often we are asked how we're managing, and the answer is very unique, challenging one indeed. Often we are asked if the content will be different because of this, and we also agree it has to be. Struggling to make an opportunity to our senior membership has become a daily issue, yet we strive to make clubs better. Yes, the pandemic has been overwhelming. Knowing our strife, how has the COVID-19 pandemic provided any positive in our lives? In preparing, I turned to a contributor in the spokesman's review, Ed Convin. He had the following positives with service. Well, thus far, we've decreased our carbon footprint. There's tangible improvement of levels of nitrogen dioxide. They've all decreased. An example is the blue sky now visible in Delhi. Family matters. In the past few years, many families have tended to see each other in passing. Family dinners were uncommon. We may never have this opportunity again. I have a feeling that we're going to want to spend more time with each other after this all ends. All work and no play. People were working more before the virus hit. The U.S. Department of Labor indicates that 20% of mothers worked in 1960. Today, 75% of mothers are working full-time. At least 134 countries have laws setting the maximum week period in the work week. The United States does not have such a cap. Today, 85% of males and 60% of females work more than 48 hours per week. The United States remains the only industrialized country in the world with no legally mandated annual leave. Perhaps the expected work week hours will diminish following our pandemic. We'll also be prepared. One of the byproducts of the virus is depleting grocery shelves. I used to joke with my mother about the excessive canned food in her pantry. She would defend the volume by asking what would happen if she ran out. My reply has always been, you go to the grocery store. Life is easier during a pandemic for those who are prepared. Also see improved relationships. A benefit of the coronavirus hiatus is parents are becoming involved with their children since they are essentially homeschooling their prodigy. You have a better understanding of your child as a student. After the virus ends, you're armed with the knowledge. You can foster what they're good at and how you can help them with where they need help to excel in subjects which they struggle. Savings to curb disaster. Ben Franklin's age-old axiom of a penny saved is a penny earned is on its way back. Some people are in the state of panic since they were not prepared financially for this setback. Maybe after things happen, we are back to normal and people will be more frugal. Maybe one of the benefits is we will have a healthier approach to finance. We also see healthcare improves attitudes. It's common to complain about how long we sit in waiting rooms during doctor appointments or the cost of medicine or copays. It's time to breathe, to appreciate the healthcare professionals on the front lines who are at risk while serving the masses. We also will appreciate the great outdoors. We all miss going to concerts, movies, and restaurants. We can exercise in park as long as we're socially distant. What if we spent more time in the parks than in malls? How much money would we save? Kill them with kindness. Caremongering. It's a word that did not exist before the coronavirus. Some of the common acts of kindness that are happening are supermarkets, runs for those who are unable to leave their homes. People are cooking meals for those in need. Can the acts of generosity continue when the quarantine is lifted? United we stand, divided we fall. America has not been so divided since the Civil War. The division between red and blue is obvious. Few politicos cross the aisle in Washington to accomplish anything. However, much like 9/11, there is increased unity. We're all having to be on the same page to sniff out the pandemic. Can the country emerge from the virus with unity? The only way we're going to progress is if we reconnect. Well, how does this relate to Rotary? Our membership was less than computer literate as we learned to virtually gather for meetings. The inability to use Zoom is not an everyday natural experience. The lack of engagement is being met by those local board members and Rotary members, but also those who are vacationing or even from other continents. Yes, we do miss the face-to-face, but having to adapt to the condition present has made us realize how important our association with one another truly is today. We faced challenges before, and through our Rotary world, we address these obstacles and find solutions. Polio, the need for clean water, basic literacy, healthcare, and numerous other social issues are in the forefront of what we are all about. Together, we are able to solve complex issues, and it makes us better for doing so. Learning from our experiences as Rotarians allows us to connect leaders, link diverse perspectives, and build lasting relationships to take action in our communities, at home, and around the globe. I hope this has helped with some positive spin on the virus. It has been difficult for all of us, and we're working through it, and it's going to happen. We're going to make it. Next on the program, I would like to introduce a young man from Fort Wayne, Indiana. This young man began his professional career in education, first as a secondary school teacher and band director. He later served as school superintendent. He spent the second part of his career on real estate development and construction business. Floyd joined the Rotary Club in 1970 and has been a member of his current club since 1992. He has spearheaded Rotary Foundation grant projects that have provided free eye surgeries in Nicaragua and clean water for communities in Mexico, among many others. Floyd received his Rotary Foundation citation for meritorious service, the Rotary Foundation's Distinguished Service Award, the Service Above Self Award. He and his wife, Betty Lou, are members of the Arch Clump Society and Bequest Society and are sponsors of Rotary Peace Fellows. Please help me welcome Rotary International Director, member of Rotary Club of Anthony Wayne in Fort Wayne, Director Floyd Lancia. Floyd?
Thank you, Joe. I'm not so sure about the young part in the introduction, but thank you anyway. I appreciate that. And I really enjoyed your opening comments, really touching and so much to the point. I want to begin by saying that I've got some other commitments shortly after I'm done speaking, so I'll probably have to leave you with and not be able to stay for much of the activities, even though I would have enjoyed doing that. But I want to extend the best greetings that I possibly can from Rotary International. And it's so good to be with you to help celebrate the year of Rotary Opens Opportunities with two outstanding district governors, Jessika and Joe. And I have a question for the two of you. I noticed that each of you have the middle initial P. I just wonder what that P stands for. Anyway, it's so good to see so many of you that I've known through the years, and we've met personally in a variety of ways. And seeing you virtually is not quite the same as Joe mentioned, but nonetheless, it's a way that we've been able to stay connected. And it's an important way for us, especially at this time. You know, the pandemic has affected our leadership ability. Each of us have endured the pandemic in some way or another, but yet we've continued to be of service. Those of you who are in district and club leadership have continued your commitment as the pandemic has affected your leadership ability. We have endured and continue to be of service to others. And I know that each of you here today sees it as such. And I commend you for your dedication and for your service and what you will continue to do. There are a few phrases that I've learned over the last 15 months. Just wanted to pass them on to you. COVID, pandemic, Zoom, you're muted, and next slide, please. And I think that those of us who have been on multiple Zooms have heard each and every one of those multiple times. But I wanted to share that with you just to perhaps to add a little bit of humor. Clubs and districts are experiencing a variety of ways staying together. This is one. And you have demonstrated the ability to stay connected and continue to doing service and service projects and fundraising and so on. We have to and must continue to accept the changes in a positive way. And we need to continue to do that so that we may continue to do the phenomenal work, both here at home and around the globe. And as Rotarians, we need to be flexible. And we see that in our meetings as we meet either hybrid or in person or strictly on Zoom. We need to be creative and imaginative to any and all the changes. And still, we need to remain positive. Recently, Rotary celebrated its 116th birthday. And it's always been flexible in the way it meets, not quite as flexible as we are today. Not in the identity, but in the principle in which we hold dear from the very beginning. That principle, started back in 1905, was fellowship. And as Paul Harris and his 3 associates met for the very first time, that was their primary goal. We're now challenged in the way we meet, but we still desire fellowship. We want to meet other individuals with similar interests. Back then, the norm was taking turns and meeting at each other's office. Well, we're kind of like doing that right now. That's where Rotary started and how it got its name. But the main thing back then, and still remains as one of the core values, is fellowship. It's always been the key to Rotary as we continue to develop those acquaintances that we love meeting with each week. The second principle was, and it's dear to us, is leadership. Think about the opportunities we have, even though we hold positions in our professions and in our businesses. When we join Rotary, we have the opportunity to become unified leaders in our community. And just as Joe mentioned, where we have the opportunities to stretch our bonds far beyond what we were capable of before we became united. Together, we have the opportunity to provide mentorship to young people who may not even know that they have leadership potential, but yet we can see that and we encourage them to become part of our family. Integrity is another one of our guiding principles. We practice the 4-way test. We abide by it. When we make a decision, we contemplate that 4-way test. Are we being fair and truthful to everybody? Will our actions be goodwill? And of course, will they be beneficial to all with whom we engage? We've always maintained high ethical standards in business and in our professions, and with the recognition of worthiness of all useful occupations by dignifying each Rotarian's occupation as an opportunity to serve society. So it is helpful to have that 4-way test, especially when we're making a decision, especially if it's a difficult decision. Let's consider diversity. Rotary has always supported diversity. We come from every race, creed, religious commitment, and political persuasion. Yet Rotary touches something that goes deep into the hearts of human beings. It's easy to be committed to diversity when every person we look upon, the first thing we see when we look into their eyes is this is a potential friend. And of course, service. We all come from a variety of clubs, some long established and some newly formed. Imagine what your communities would be like if there were no Rotary Club. The ability that Rotary gives us provides service, and it provides the ability for us to expand ourselves well beyond the bounds of our individual reach, again being unified. Service is a gift that gives for generation after generation, and the application of the ideal of service in each Rotary's person's business, professional, and community life. These core values I call our touchstones that make Rotary unique, different than from every other organization. They also are the things that will make Rotary persevere into the future. You know, I'm so proud to be a Rotarian, and I think many of you here, if not all, can say that same thing. See, Rotary brings out the best in each of us, and I think it's done that for me, and perhaps for each of you. Let's think about it. What would Paul Harris think of what Rotary is today when it began in 1905, and when just 4 years later, it became a national organization reaching from coast to coast? Soon after that, it became international. But the important thing about Rotary is the way it involves young people, interactors, Rotaractors, and even those who are young at heart, who are finding innovative ways to meet and provide service to our communities. And as long as we keep Rotary alive in the hearts of young people, Rotary will have a secure future in the world. You know, Rotary stands for international understanding and goodwill and peace. The advancement of these principles throughout the world in the fellowship of our businesses and professional lives unites us in the ideals of service. So every time we become engaged with any of the 7 areas of focus, yes, there are 7, we've recently added the environment, we create a bond of trust that finds a repository in the hearts and minds of all people that our service touches. It's our service that extends throughout the world that makes it a safer, kinder, and more peaceful place. Our Rotary of today will not be the same as Rotary of tomorrow. This is a perfect example in just how we're meeting today and how it will continue and what will be the new norm. Rotary of today cannot and will not be the same as the Rotary of tomorrow. So think about the future. Think how your club has changed just in the past few months. To quote past RI President John Kenny, the future of Rotary is in your hands. And thanks to each Rotarian, Rotary will continue to evolve as it does. Rotarians will continue to advance international understanding, goodwill, and peace as we offer ourselves in the service above self. You know, each of us, when we became locked in at home, not being able to go out, I'm not any different than each one of you. But as that pandemic struck and it caused many of us to stay at home, one thing I did was I tried to catch up with a lot of friends, people I hadn't connected with. I did a lot of cleaning up, sorting, and pitching things. I can't tell you how many bags of recycled paper, old newsletters, just a whole bunch of stuff that I thought I would need at some point that I really didn't need. Well, in the process of working in my office, I had a thought. And the thought brought back to me mind of Charles Schulz's book, Written for Children. Be kind, be brave, and be you. And Joe, be kind. As a Rotarian, and I say, Joe, because you mentioned that in your opening comments, what needs do you see in your community or within your Rotary Club? You see, most clubs have elderly Rotarians who may need groceries or other essentials. Reach out to them. See if you can be of service to them. Many clubs are making donations of their to the food pantries in lieu of paying for their club meeting meals. There are also many who would like to have just a phone call, perhaps sharing kindness. And then there are those young families who are working at home, trying to be teachers, continue through their career working at home. And of course, let's be kind. And Joe, as you said, let's bring a smile to everyone's face today. Be brave. It's easy for each of us to say we can't do anything because of the coronavirus. However, I hear about an awful lot of great things that are being done. Some clubs are holding fundraisers regardless of the pandemic. However, they are maintaining social distancing and a variety of other ways to stay connected. Many clubs are meeting in this way while having interesting speakers from all over the world. What a great way to stay connected and learn. So invite your friends to attend your virtual meetings. You know, Mother Teresa once said, "We cannot all do great things, but we can do small things with great love." So be someone to somebody today. Be you. We're Rotarians, and we know our motto is service above self. We also know it's not a plaque we hang on the wall. In these times, we need to be creative and imaginative as we look at ways to do small service projects while maintaining that social distancing. Inviting a prospective member to join your Zoom meeting is a great way to introduce someone to our organization. You see, they can join you from the comfort of their home while experiencing a discussion with someone perhaps from another part of the world. So think of the fun ways to be you while being a Rotarian. You know, we need to encourage and foster the ideals of service as a basis of worthy enterprise. In particular, to encourage and foster the development of acquaintances and the opportunity for service. You know, the word service keeps coming up. There's a reason for that, because each of you have maintained a high level of such, and that's what we do as Rotarians. You know, Rotary has survived the Spanish flu, H1N1, other pandemics, 2 world wars, and so much more. So as we maintain these ideals, no matter what the setback may be, we will endure and continue to do the work of Rotary to serve those in need. As I close, I'd like to leave you with 5 following charges. Since we've been in the pandemic, things have changed. I suggest to you, don't go back to normal. Keep embracing what we've learned virtually and continue doing the work of Rotary in every way that you can. Look to the future. Where do you think your club and where do you want your club or district to be in 5 years? Look for members who are a good fit for your club, and of all things, meet their expectations. And remember our promise to the children of the world to eradicate polio so that we may continue and support Rotary in every way that we can and help those children. And of course, number 5, have fun in Rotary. Someone once told me, it wasn't Jessica, but I can tell that Jessica has a great deal of fun in Rotary. Someone once told me, it's not Rotary if it ain't fun. And that person is right. And Jessica, I see you shaking your head. So I say to you, stay healthy and carry on the work of Rotary and be safe, get your vaccines. And thank you so much for allowing me to spend some time with you today.
Thank you, Floyd. Thank you so much. Okay, we're ready. We're live again, back in Bloomington. Director Floyd, thank you so much for coming to our district conference today. I know that you have 2 more district conferences to attend today, so safe travels, and we will see you in person soon. So it is my pleasure to introduce our next featured speaker of the day. I have the honor of introducing Rotarian Jenny Stotts. Jenny is the executive director for the Athens CASA GAL program. She is the membership chair for Rotary District 6690 in Ohio. And she's a proud member of the Rotary Club of Athens Sunrise. So I first met Jenny in the summer of 2019. And my good friend and her district governor, Steve Heiser, introduced the 2 of us. He said, I think you 2 will have a lot in common. And frankly, we were like the only younger members at the bar. And I thought he maybe thought we might enjoy talking to each other. And I will say that when I met Jenny, I was struck by the fact that she is professional and passionate, an amazing working mom, and she is so cool. She's the kind of person that I want to be. And then I ran into her at the International Assembly in San Diego in January of 2020. I opened my program and I saw that she was going to be one of the keynote speakers. And so I looked around in the cafeteria and I sought her out and I gave her a big hug and I said, I can't believe you're speaking. I'm so excited for you. And then I went back to my hotel room and I looked her up on DAC-DB and I found her email and I said, I don't know exactly what this Rotary Happy topic is that you're presenting tomorrow, but I know it's going to be great. And would you consider speaking at our district conference in April of 2021? And she said yes. And I am so glad that she did, because you are going to love hearing what she has to say. So without further ado, Rotarian and all around super cool person, Jenny Stotts.
Wow, that's a tall bar, Jessica. So everyone, we're going to take just about 1 second and just lower your expectations a few notches, because this is my second Zoom call of the day, but I have decided that I'm going to like y'all better than I liked the last group. You see, they did not laugh at any of my jokes and I worked really hard on them. So if y'all could just do me a favor, laugh at my jokes. And you have to kind of laugh bigger in a Zoom call, because I got to like see it. I got to imagine that you're laughing. So that's the first step. And I can tell already that I'm going to love you all a lot more than I loved that last group. So let's rewind about 378 days or so, because that's when lockdown started in my state of Ohio. You know, back when we first started using words like pivot and virtual meeting, right? And then like words like that became really sexy. We'd say, oh, we're just going to pivot and we're just going to explore new things. And, you know, we were all just trying to like tiptoe into it. Like, all right, we're going to be all right. It's fine. Did anyone really think we'd still be doing this like a year later or 378 days later? Any of you think you'd be Zooming into your district conference? Or anyone ever imagined that Zooming would become a word that we would say in a professional setting and no one would laugh? Like we just say, oh yeah, we're gonna Zoom in, or yeah, we're Zooming today. And that's just a thing we say. And it just sounds, you know, kind of out of this world. It's kind of, I'm sure you've all seen Dumbo, the original Dumbo. And there's this montage, right, where as a kid, I thought they were just having a lot of fun, like with the, you know, there's all these purple bubbles and pink bubbles everywhere. As an adult, I've watched that film and realized that they were actually drunk. But I would say that they were Zooming. And so I always kind of think of that scene in Dumbo where they're just floating along with the barrels. And so when we say Zooming, just know that that's what I imagine. I'm not thinking of that right now at all. You all shouldn't be concerned. So this is not what any of us were expecting, but I am still very, very Rotary happy. I am so happy that your district leaders have found a way to come together and learn and share ideas, and how cool for us to be connected this way. You know what, it's a great time to be in Rotary. You know, a time where we're more innovative than probably ever before. So I'm happy for each of us. We all get to serve and lead our communities and our clubs and our districts. So I'm Rotary happy for all of you. But what is Rotary happy anyways? So let's work together to answer that question. In 10 seconds or less, type into the chat box why you're a member of Rotary. Now, and I know there are some fancy people like district governors and assistant Rotary coordinators and all kinds of fancy people on this line today. So we're not going to try to impress them, but in 5 words or less, why are you a member of Rotary? Awesome. Some of you type really fast. Community service, I was invited, they're my tribe, fellowship, networking, community, helping the community, service. Wow, lots of service. Cool. So here's the thing, you know, I ask this question all over the place. I've asked this question in multiple languages. I ask this question in every country I talk to Rotary about, and it's always the same. And I found it, one thing I think I've realized is that people join and people stay in Rotary because of the good you can do, but also the people that you can do that alongside. So Rotary Happy is just my fun way of sharing my love for our organization. And Rotary Happy is different for everyone, right? It's personal. We all have a personal story that led us to Rotary, because you're all saying community service, fellowship. My next question is, Why do those things matter? Why is it important? And you can put this in the chat box if you want to share, but why does community service matter to you? Right? There's no like rule of being a human, right? That you have to do community service. So why does that matter to you? Why does fellowship and friendship matter to you? Now that's kind of hard to unpack, right? You're all like, I thought I signed up for a district conference, not a therapy session. Where are we going here, Jen? But yeah, it's the right thing to do. It's fulfillment of life. Absolutely. So it's very, very personal, right? Rotary is personal to each of us. Even though we're in this together, we all have our own journey here. But for me, Rotary Happy also means creating a member experience that is both fulfilling and engaging for the people that we serve alongside. And in my opinion, it's just my opinion, I'm just a Rotary member named Jenny, but my opinion is that the most important thing we can do to grow and sustain our membership is to build these types of experiences for ourselves, but also for the people that we serve alongside. But actually, and what Jessica's getting at here a little bit, if you've heard me talk before, is that my passion for developing and enhancing and cultivating this positive Rotary Happy member experience actually stems from a time when I was not quite so Rotary happy. And in fact, I was a part of a club that had become toxic and unstable, and at times it even felt unsafe to me as a woman. And being a part of a club where there was bullying and secrets and judgment and exclusion is not the type of club experience or member experience that I would wish on anyone. So let me back up here a little bit. When I first joined Rotary, I loved it. It felt like home to me. And for my entire life, I've had this need, this urge, this itch to give back to my community. That's why I was asking you why it matters. Why does community service matter? But I've always had this kind of urge, this duty, this responsibility to give back to my community, to take care of my neighbors, to volunteer. But why? Why do I feel this? So, I'm a social worker by trade. So I spend a lot of time kind of unpacking these things in myself. And, let's get real here. I spend a lot of time with my therapist unpacking these things of, is it codependency or is it just a caring heart? I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out this line here. So why does this matter so much to me? Well, I'm going to tell you a little story about myself. So I happen to have been born to two people who couldn't raise me or wouldn't raise me. So as a baby, I entered the child welfare system as just an infant. I was a surrendered infant. And I was placed into the Ohio foster care system. So I was placed into a foster home where I was later adopted. And, growing up in a working foster home, my parents who adopted me were foster parents both before and after they adopted me. They've actually been foster parents for about 42 years now. But growing up in a foster home and having the life experiences that I've had myself, you get this kind of front row look, this firsthand seat at just seeing some of the vulnerabilities that exist in the world. And you can see just how much a life can change based on the decisions of other people, right? And you get this sense that there are opportunities just everywhere waiting for someone to come along and notice it and then be willing to actually do something about it. And so I think that's why I felt so immediately enveloped in Rotary when I first joined, because I found myself at a point in my career and in my life, and I found myself with a certain degree of privilege that I hadn't had in the past, where I realized I'm that decision maker now. And what a responsibility I have to make good use of those opportunities and to spend my decisions well, right? Everything we do is a decision. So I loved Rotary when I joined. It was this entire organization reaching across the entire globe, and the entire mission was exactly what I had felt my entire life. I'd found a way to grow as a person, support my community alongside people I admire and love. What could be better than that? And that's why after the first few years of joining Rotary, what transpired was completely heartbreaking to me. Some of my early member experiences felt a lot like betrayal. It was not what I signed up for. I did not sign up for unwritten rules about where to sit during a meeting. Like, shake your head awkwardly if you know what I'm talking about. I did not sign up for passive aggressive remarks if you dared to miss a meeting. I did not sign up for whispered conversations about who was doing more or less. I did not sign up for comments or jokes about women and what we were wearing. And to me, speaking up just did not feel safe. So I'm gonna, share a question that my husband asked me often as I was kind of in the middle of this and, as things were really starting to fall apart. And he would always say, Jenny, why don't you just quit Rotary? This seems to be not a healthy thing for you. Was this worth it? Is this really worth it? And trust me, I thought about that a lot, but I couldn't quit Rotary. It had become too important to me. I believed in the mission too much. So Rotary, the real Rotary, not the nonsense I was dealing with, but Rotary, the real Rotary had become a part of who I am. And so I didn't quit Rotary. I couldn't, right? I couldn't quit Rotary, but I could definitely quit that club. And so that's exactly what I did. So other people as well left that club, a lot of people. And so a week later, I texted a few other women who had similarly left the club. And I said, hey, I've been having breakfast with you for a long time. Let's meet for coffee. And so we gathered in this little coffee shop in our town, this little back room of a funky coffee shop in our town. And just to support one another. I'd love to tell you that first meeting was super productive, but let's get real here. There was some venting, some healthy ventilating that needed to happen, and some just supporting each other and trying to build each other back up. But a cool thing happened. We said, hey, let's do this next week. This was fun. Let's do that. As you do that long goodbye where you're walking down the sidewalk. Oh yeah, I'll see you next week. Absolutely. Sounds great. So we did that. And the cool thing, the next week, someone else joined us, heard we were having coffee, said, I want to come. And then each week, more and more people started joining us until the end of the month, we were taking up just about all the tables in this little coffee shop, kind of pushing them together, having coffee together. And then finally, it just made sense to charter a new Rotary Club. We kind of looked like a Rotary Club. We were getting together and, supporting community events as a group. It kind of made sense to be a Rotary Club. That's exactly what we did. So fast forward almost 5 years later, and we've gone from a few people meeting for coffee in the back room of this little coffee shop to a club of nearly 80. And we still meet in the little back room of that coffee shop, or we will resume doing that once we're able to do so safely. So I happen to have had the honor to serve as our club's second president. And during that year, I had the honor as well of welcoming a new member every other week for the entire year. So 27 members that year that I got to welcome into Rotary. And even more exciting for me than that was that every single member, 100% of our membership, was engaged in service. So they were really active. We really were a club of action. And that's what I was most and am most proud of. But when building this new club, the sky's the limit. Like, that's fun. It's fun to think about how you want this to be. And for us, it wasn't productive to sit around and try to blame all of our club, like our former club's problems, on just a group of people or a single person, right? That would have been easy for us to do, but it's not productive for us to do that. So instead, we took a really hard and a really honest look at the weaknesses that existed within the system of that old club, like the cracks. That's what we wanted to learn from, because we wanted to build a club where what happened with us couldn't happen. So we set out really to build a stronger and more resilient club that would safeguard us against those little behaviors, right? That create those negative member experiences, and over time can lead to even more problematic, toxic, and dangerous dynamics. All those little, what I call sentinel behaviors, the little warning sign behaviors that you observe, like the jokes and the passive aggressive remarks and all that point keeping that sometimes happens. We knew that those behaviors could not have a place in our new club. Now, what these conversations really centered around was the type of member experience that we wanted to cultivate. It's one that fosters both engagement and growth, because we're doing a lot more when we ask someone to join Rotary, or when someone asked you to join Rotary, right? A lot of us joined because someone asked us to. We're doing a lot. We're not just asking someone to join a club. We're asking them to experience Rotary with us. So I think we have a responsibility to make that a good experience for ourselves, because we deserve that, but also the people we're inviting into this deserve it too. So that's what I call Rotary happy. Now, why does this matter to you? Why does the story matter? What's the right? There's a lesson here, right? I wouldn't be a good speaker if I didn't have a lesson. So here's where I'm going with this. Now, raise your hand if it sounds familiar that we need to grow Rotary, right? That we're talking about membership a lot. It's right. You've all heard, you've gotten an email or two about this. You've seen a Facebook post or two about how we got to grow Rotary. We got to increase our numbers, all this, right? You've all, if you're, a president or a president-elect, you've probably heard, set your goals, set your membership goals, come up with your membership plan. That sounds terrifying, right? That sounds a little scary. And it is scary if the only purpose of growing is for us to chart a positive net growth at the end of the year, right? If the only purpose is to throw some good, impressive numbers up on the scoreboard, the only purpose is to make our district governors look good at the end of the year. If that's the only purpose, it is terrifying. So instead, what I ask each of you to do is to use the numbers as a guide, right? I'm a total nerd. I love numbers. I love charts. I think charts are super sexy. Give me something color coded and I love it. So use the numbers as a guide, learn from them, strategize around them, right? Kind of use them to develop your strategy. Absolutely 100% yes. But focus your energy, your real good gut energy on the member experience. So build a club culture that is Rotary happy. And let's think about why you should grow. Again, we don't want to grow Rotary just to put some impressive numbers up on the scoreboard. We need to grow Rotary because it expands our capacity to do good in the world. And focus on that, because you all proved to me just 20 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago that members join and members stay because of the service they do and the friends they meet. It is certainly why I've stayed in Rotary, even when Rotary got a little tough for me. So, again, I'm just a Rotary member named Jenny, but I think one of our best tools to grow Rotary is to cultivate those positive or Rotary happy type experiences for all of our members. And I have a little time here. I want to tell you a story. I want to tell you a story about, I got a prop here. I want to tell you a story about this. So I purchased this electric kettle, and it's an electric, kettle. It has a base that it sits on. So I purchased it maybe 15 months ago, and it was my first one. Before this, I just used a pot on the stove to heat water, like a monster. So I purchased this kettle, and now it has basically been the answer to every kitchen problem I never even knew I had. My kids use it, my husband uses it, I use it every single day for so many things. It's been a positive and extremely lovely addition to our kitchen. Also, it's red and shiny, which I feel like is a definite bonus. Now, for those of you that are wondering, and if Jessica and Joe are maybe panicking a little bit, thinking, where on earth is she going with this ridiculous story about a kitchen appliance? This is supposed to be a talk about Rotary. Let me connect the dots. So within 1 week of owning this kettle, I purchased a second one to keep at my office because I knew that my coworkers would love it just as much as me. And in fact, one of my coworkers even got one for her own house. She loved it that much. I have purchased and I have sent this kettle to dozens of others. It is my go-to gift. If someone needs a gift, this is what they're getting, this kettle. I love it. I've talked about it to dozens and dozens of friends and relatives. I've recommended that they check it out. If somebody even mentions that they like tea, if they say, I'm going to walk to the coffee shop and get a tea, I'm like, have you heard about my kettle? It's really great. You would love it. You could make tea at home with this kettle. I just bring it up all the time. Now, why am I doing this? Why am I talking about this kettle? It's not because the manufacturer asked me to. It's not because I'm getting anything in return. I'm not getting paid to tell you about this kettle. There's no gimmick here. This isn't one of those things where I try to get you to buy the kettles with me. Nope, nothing like that. I've just found it to be useful and beneficial in my life. So I want to share it with others. Now, I am not suggesting that Rotary is like a kettle. Not doing that. But what I am asking is that we apply what we know about human behavior to Rotary. As human beings, we are biologically programmed to connect to others. So when we observe someone we care about experiencing happiness, so when I see someone I know, when I see Jessika being happy, whether it's her posting something on social media, right, I get excited. I'm going to hit the love button. I'm going to get all excited about that. It's because when we observe someone we care about experiencing happiness or experiencing joy, it has this biological impact on us. And in fact, we even undergo the release of dopamine and serotonin in our brains. Those are neurotransmitters or helpful brain chemicals. They actually help us feel pleasure and joy within our body. So we kind of crave it, right? It creates this feedback loop. So think for a second about the last time that you read a good book. Can everyone think of the last great book they read? Like one that just really blew you away. You were kind of disappointed when you finished it because you wanted to read it again. Think about the last time you got takeout at a new restaurant, right? You tried out something new, tried something new restaurant, or you watched a great movie. Did you recommend that to someone else? Did you tell somebody, hey, borrow my book, you're going to love it. I know you're going to love this book. Or, hey, you got to go to this restaurant, get this on the menu. It was amazing, right? Why are you doing this? Why are you recommending things? It's because you're invested in their happiness. It matters to you. When you experience something good, you want to share it with others. Now, if I talk this much about a kettle, can you imagine how much I talk about Rotary to people? Because Rotary Happy is this silly little thing I call the Rotary experience, but it's something I talk about Rotary a lot. And I want to pull people into Rotary, not because I want my club to be big or because for any of those reasons. It's because I love Rotary. I love what Rotary means to me as a person, and I want to share that with the people that I care about. So let's apply that knowledge and that framework to how we build clubs that are Rotary happy. We all have a responsibility to build a club experience that is accessible, a club experience that is inclusive, and a club experience that is impactful and meaningful for everyone. And I'm not talking about just our members, but I'm talking about our communities. And, I know that there are probably club presidents on the line and district governors and past district governors and, all the way up through the kind of Rotary hierarchy. But I don't think as a member, your Rotary club doesn't belong to you. And as a president, your Rotary club doesn't belong to you either. And district governors, I'm sorry, I don't think Rotary clubs belong to you either. I don't even think Rotary clubs belong to Rotary International presidents. Rotary clubs belong to the communities that they serve. And we have a responsibility to serve those communities well and to reflect those communities well. So because of that, we have a responsibility to build clubs that are energetic and dynamic and responsive to the people that belong to the club, but also to the community that that club belongs to. So everything we do in Rotary is an opportunity for engagement. And engagement is undeniably attractive. Think back to why you joined Rotary and think about what this experience in Rotary means to you. And think of ways to share that with others. Think of a person that you haven't yet shared Rotary with that you're going to. And in fact, I actually challenge you to do that by the end of this weekend. So I challenge you to share your Rotary experience in 10 words or less with someone that you've never talked to about Rotary. So get excited about Rotary and be willing to own it. Be willing to be the Rotary happy person. That's totally fine, but it's personal to you. You don't have to get excited in the same way I do. But what makes you Rotary happy? And I'd love it if you'd put that in the chat box. What makes you Rotary happy? And what makes the members you serve alongside Rotary happy? Stay focused on the experience and the difference that you can make together and tell that story to others. I certainly extend my gratitude to each of you for spending the last 20 minutes or so with me and laughing at my jokes. I definitely like you all way better than I liked that last group. And I wish you a lot of luck as you wrap up this Rotary year. And Jessika, I'm not sure if there is time for a couple of questions or not, but if there is, I'd certainly love to turn this into a conversation.
We actually do have a couple of minutes if anybody, maybe one or two questions for Jenny, if you have some.
Sure. I thought I saw someone in the chat asked about I have my pronouns listed in my display name. And that's just simply so that people know what pronouns I use. So I use she, her pronouns. And I don't know if there are other questions. I have a little trouble keeping up with the chat, but feel free to unmute if someone has a question.
Was your new club male and female?
Yes, our new club is about 60% women, and but yes, male, female, and also like gender non-conforming, and so we have a great deal of gender identities in our club.
Thank you.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you, Jenny. That was such an amazing speech. I also own a tea kettle that I am super fired up about, and I love that you took the time to be with us today to share your Rotary story. It means so much to us, and I have never seen such a prolific amount of chat in our district sessions. You did such a good job of engaging us, and like you said, people love it. So thank you, and I hope to see you in person again soon so that I can give you a big hug. I remember what hugs feel like, and I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you, Jenny, and everyone. We are now going to take a 5-minute break. So we will be back online at 11:08 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you then. I love the music. I'm like in an Avengers movie. I'm a superhero. It's fantastic. So thanks everybody for coming back with us. I am honored to get to introduce our next featured speaker. It's interesting. All of our speakers today are booked at multiple occasions in Zooms, and I think it's just an indication of how wonderful they are. So it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jenkins. He's also known as Dr. Bowtie Todd, and he is the founder and CEO of Bowtie Leadership and Development, Inc. He's a dynamic speaker and presenter. I first heard him present on a Zoom meeting over the summer for a Rotary Zone 30 and 31 event on becoming more inclusive in Rotary. And I was just struck by the effectiveness of his message and his warm personality. Dr. Todd is also a Rotarian. He's a member of the Fayetteville, Arkansas Rotary Club. He's also a member of the Rotary International Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. And again, when I first virtually met him, I was struck by the fact that I really wanted to be his friend. And what do we do with our friends? We ask them to do stuff for us, and usually they say yes. And so I'm so glad that he agreed to speak today. Another great thing you should know about Todd is that he is also a dad, and his sweet little baby son, Mateo, is 2 months old. So thank you, Todd, for sharing your time with us today. We really appreciate it. Please take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Jessica. And I'm so excited to be here with everyone. Good morning to you all. And I am so happy to see new friends and old friends. And you heard my friend earlier, Jenny. And I'm just so incredible. It's such just great to be alive, so I'm just always excited to come together and connect with friends. And so let's get started today, because I want to be able to answer questions, and we don't have a lot of time, but we're talking about moving the action from diversity to inclusion. And so just to level set a little bit about what we're going to be discussing today, I'm going to talk about bow ties, so just a little bit. I'm going to tell you a quick little story, but most importantly, what brings us together is Rotary. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit as well. So as you kind of heard, or you probably read in my bio, just a little bit more about myself. I'm originally from South Carolina, born and raised in Columbia, South Carolina. I've been in school like my entire life. I'm still in school. My background is psychology and sociology, and I continue to be as a postdoc fellow at Harvard, as well as the Faculty of Executive Inclusive Efforts. But outside of academia my entire life, I do other things too. Like I love to go to beaches, and that's like the only time I don't wear my bow ties is on a beach. But I love to go to beach and travel the world. And of course, with this new normal, I actually was like, oh man, I'm not gonna be able to travel this year. And now I'm saying that I'm traveling virtually to like 3 or 4 countries in one day. So I'm still been able to get that experience. And another thing I like about this new normal is that since I'm not there in person, I can sit down and you can't see me very well. But one thing when you see me, you're like, oh yes, he also loved to engage in cultural foods and love some good feeding. So I really do enjoy to eat and explore new cultures through foods and exploration. I don't do this alone. I don't live my values by myself. This is my lovely wife, who also allowed for me to share my passion with the world. And she's awesome, as well as our 2 fur babies, Nyla and Merlin, who allows for, and they love that I'm being home. They're getting very used to me being home, instead of traveling so much with my speaking. And of course, as you have heard, as 8 weeks ago, we added a new addition to our family. This is my first son, our newborn Mateo, and he is definitely keeping us well engaged, so it's definitely really been a fun experience this far. Like I said, just a little bit about me. And you may be wondering, where does this little kid live at? We live here in Arkansas. Never thought I would be living in Arkansas, but I do live here in Bentonville, Arkansas. It's a beautiful place to live. If you have never traveled to Bentonville, this is home of Walmart. Walmart is actually, I can look at Walmart outside of my window, the corporate office, as well as it's a home of a lot of natural park, as far as Crystal Bridges, the Museum of Art. It's just a beautiful place. Come check it out. If you come let me know. We would love to get coffee and you can meet Mateo. Outside of that, you may be wondering, why do they call you Bow Tie Todd? What's up with this bow tie? And my friends, I tell you today, the bow tie to me is larger than a necktie. But let me tell you how it came about. As I travel locally and globally, individuals will stop me and ask me about my necktie. You know, they usually ask me like, where did I get it from? Did you tie it yourself? Or they give me positive comments. I don't think I ever heard a negative comment, well, at least about myself with the necktie. Sometimes I hear negative comments about, you know, them and their partners like, hey, my neck is too fat. I can't wear this, or it doesn't look good. But I started to think, and I had this epiphany while I was in school, that what if we lived in a world where people would genuinely stop what they're doing to be curious about another human that they never met before? What if we stop and really wanted to just say positive things to each other, like people have done with my bow tie as a great conversation starter? And so what I also notice is in my research and in practice, individuals are challenged with how to have effective conversations in the workplace, in the community. And so what I did was I created a very, very simple acronym of the bow tie, how you can have everyday conversations. And here's some of the expectations that we can even have for our conversation today. Let me share with you. The first letter of bow tie is the letter B. And the letter B stands for anything you do in conversations in the presentation today, I need you to be mentally present. I need you to be mentally present. I know that we're all virtually connected physically in our own space, but I'm asking that you be mentally present. The next letter of bow tie is the letter O, and O stands for openness. Come in the conversation with the open mind and an open heart. I'm not asking that everything we talk about today, you're going to agree with, you're going to love, but I'm just asking if you have an open mind and an open heart. That's the next letter of bow tie. Let's go to our next letter, which is the letter W. And I love W because this stands for willingness. Willing to share your own story and own your own truth. Willingness to share your own story and own your own truth. I believe everyone on this call has a unique story and it's very valuable and it's up to you to share it. So it's going to be times where you can ask questions or you can talk to each other. Be willing to share your story and engage. I'm not sure if we have any bow tie wearers on the call today, but usually what I hear is the most challenging part of the bow tie that people ask me about or they talk to me about is really what I call this knot in the middle. A lot of people are very challenged about how do you get this knot to connect when you're tied in yourself. And my friends, today I've seen that's the most challenging part of conversations. How do you tie it together? How do you lead the conversation better than you came in? How do you make this summit, this district conference work for you personally and professionally and in your club? And guess what? That's up to you to bow tie it together. So if that makes sense to you, if you agree to the bow tie rules, in the chat box, will you go and write the word bow tie? If you agree to the bow tie rules today, or you're going to support, oh yes, Jessica, I'm seeing some bow ties come through. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, now we can get started with the conference. Okay, with my discussion. So what I'm here talking about, I'm talking about diversity and inclusion. And I think it's very important before I go into further that I actually define what these words mean to me. Because so many times when we come into these conversations around diversity and inclusion, sometimes we just expect for everyone to know what we're talking about. And we expect that we all understand that we see those words the same way. So I think the first part of the conversation is let's level set and see what these words mean to each other. So let me tell you my position of diversity. What is diversity? Well, diversity to me is twofold. Diversity is visible and invisible differences that make someone complete. Okay? So visually, you see me on camera right now, you see a good looking brown guy over here with a bow tie on. That is my visible difference. But invisible, you may not know that I'm one of 13 kids. I can hablar Espanol and follow Portuguese. I'm afraid of heights. but I love to travel in planes. So I want people to understand when you show up to this word of diversity, this beautiful spectrum, it is the things you see on the outside, but it's also as equally as the important of the things you don't see, like your mindset, your behaviors, your ideas, your faith, your belief system, your sexual orientation, abilities, etc. Make sense? Okay, I see some head nods. All right, let's go to the next word, inclusion, because we throw this word out a lot too lately. And what is inclusion? Inclusion is also very simple. Inclusion is creating an environment. It's an action. It's creating an environment, a space, a culture where we behave in a way that we respect all these visible and invisible differences, but not only just respect, but also that we value, we champion, and we ensure that individuals, as we strive for inclusivity, are seen and heard. Now, you may be wondering, Dr. Jenkins, why did you put heard in your definition? Well, thank you for asking. The reason why I put heard in my definition, my friends, is because how many of you know that you could be doing a lot of talking, but that does not mean anyone is listening? So it's very, very important as we strive for inclusive climates and culture that we ensure that the people in our communities and our clubs and our workplaces are seen and heard. Okay, but you cannot talk about true inclusion without talking about equity. And I love, I do this work professionally. And so I speak to a lot of senior leaders in Fortune 500 companies. And I also speak to a lot of community service organization leaders. And they say, Todd, we just want to treat everyone equal. We're just, and I say, hey, I agree. I agree with you. We should strive for equality, but equality should be the baseline. Let's strive for equity. And, because that you have to be inspired to do that. And you have to be intentional. And leaders look at me and say, well, what do you mean equity? Because a lot of leaders get business equity, but I'm talking about human equity. I'm talking about another strive. And they said, well, what's the difference? The best way I can explain it is that I actually, no disrespect, I just lift up my shoe. Okay. And what I do, I lift up my shoe on the table and I show them and I say, hey, here's the difference. Well, first, you have to understand that I wear size 10 and a half. I'm sorry, if you don't mind muting your mic, that would be awesome. Or the host, if you don't mind doing that for us, that would be awesome.
Bring it all the way back.
It's not gonna work.
No,
It's a bigger cushion.
no, let's just
Awesome.
keep
Yes.
it
Well,
without
I'm
the
going to
cushion
try to
first.
talk over the
A little bit
individual,
and
but I'm
see.
so sorry for the
I don't
distraction.
need the cushion, I just have a cushion for height.
But I will tell you, I'm sorry. Let's just give a moment.
All right.
All right.
Okay,
Let's
try
see.
this.
I just don't, I want you all to be able to hear me okay. Let me see if I can do some power. I think I have some power up here.
If not,
it's-
Jennifer, could you please mute everyone? And then Todd, you'll probably have to unmute yourself again, but that might help.
No. And there we go. Yes, the team make the dream work. All right. So as I was saying, this is why we have to strive for equity, an equitable approach. And what is the difference between equality and equity? Equality, like I said, I was using my shoe. I wear a size 10 and a half brown shoe. And it feels really good on my foot, actually. And equality is, guess what? Laura get a shoe, Jessica get a shoe, Daddy get a shoe, Victor get a shoe. It's like Oprah, everybody gets shoes, okay? That is equality. But equity is giving everyone on this call a shoe that fits them. And you have to think about that. I have to think about that. Matter of fact, I have a question. Let's see here. Laura, if you don't mind helping me, unmute your mic. I have a question for you. Miss Laura, question for you. What is your favorite color shoe to wear?
Well, since I have probably about 150 shoes, today, my favorite color of shoe is tan.
Tan. Okay, we're kind of like in the family just a little bit. Yeah, I like brown, you like tan. What's your shoe size, if you don't mind sharing?
7.
7. Okay, well, I think I have a slightly larger shoe than you, but hey, how will you feel? I have a question for you. How will you feel if I asked you to show up to work every day with my size 10.5 brown shoe on?
Well, I could probably do it, but I would fall flat on my face.
Okay, thank you, Miss Laura, for your participation. My friends, did you hear what past District Governor Laura said? I asked her, how would she feel if she showed up to work with my 10.5 brown shoe on every day? She said, hey, I probably will flop around with it. And, probably won't even someone say you may look like a clown. Well, here's the deal, my friends. What did Laura not say to me? She did not say, Dr. Jenkins, I don't care about your brown, ugly 10.5 shoe. It's not my size and I'm not showing up to work. Here's my point, my friend, that we actually have people showing up to our spaces every day with shoes that are given to them that is forced for them to wear it and it's not their size. And they're flopping around. They're not happy. And some people have been wearing these shoes so long that they forgot how uncomfortable it feels. And it's really something that we have to think about. And that's why I'm like, we have to strive for equitable and we have to understand what that means, because we see people feel better when we actually spend more time and effort and energy. Ask them what type of shoe, what size, what color. Do you even want to wear a shoe? These are the things we're talking about. So if you didn't get this, here's another image to help you understand the difference. And you've probably seen this image all across social media, okay? And it's a great way to see between equity and equality. And if I actually showed this image during my trainings at corporate, in corporate America with leaders. Do you know I still have leaders ask me the question, say, well, Dr. Jenkins, so what you're saying is this is a short people initiative. And I'm like, no, we're not talking about the question of height. So we have to redesign this. And what we're looking at, my friends, today, my fellow Rotarians, we are not talking about the question of height, but we are looking at the question of structural barriers to opportunity. That's what we're talking about. What are the structural barriers for individuals to be the best they can be in Rotary and outside of Rotary? And I think that is important, and that's why we're having this conversation today. But I want you to think about, what is your reality in this space? Personally, what is your reality? What is your reality in your community? What is your reality in your club? We want to think about this. Why are we talking about this, Jessica, in our district summit? You know why? It's because it's important, it's vital, it's imperative that because we could do the mission of what we came to do and exist today as Rotarians. And it's a strong case that if we continue to move from diversity to inclusive efforts, guess what it says in research? It will make us all bigger, better, and stronger together. If we get this right, if we strive for this journey, it's a case where everyone is included. And guess what, my friends? Everybody wins, including straight white old men. Everybody wins in inclusion. That's why do I say that? It's because inclusion, it really means everyone should feel as if they belong. It does not mean that you have to give up something for someone else to gain. It does not mean that you have to give handouts. But what we're asking for, are we willing to give hand-ins so everyone can be the best that they can be, whether in Rotary or just being a human in our community? And so I really, truly believe that we have an opportunity here. I told you I'm going to tell you a quick story about a little boy I got to know very well. This little boy, as you hear his story, I'm just going to read like one page out of his story and tell you a cliff notes. This little boy was raised in the projects in the inner city of the South. His mother had him as a teenage mother. And it was very interesting about all the odds that this little boy was able to beat. But they would talk about his hood, as in his hood, the only way you could come out of this hood and his projects was really 3 ways. It was through gangs, death, violence, or crime. Like this is really what the world told this little boy, that this is what he's going to grow up to be. A lot of individuals in the hood, they did not graduate from high school. Better yet, they never thought of college. And so this was very interesting. This project's in the South is actually one of the national studies that they look at third grader test scores to determine how many prison beds to build. This is a part of that national study. Yes, this is the hood, this is the projects. But let me tell you another page of this young boy's book. He also talked about this camp that he used to go to outside of the hood, with these volunteers used to come and talk to him about, it was a Christian camp, but they used to go to this camp, and this is where he learned how to swim. This is where he learned how to shoot a bow and arrow for the first time, as well as learn how to canoe. And you would just hear all about the amazing times he had at this camp, but he also remembered his camp counselors, and he remembered the impact that they made on his life. He also talked about another thing that really was important to him, which was school. I don't know how many of you all remember your favorite teacher of elementary school. Most people also remember the one that you never liked. Well, this little boy, he knew all his teachers because of the impact that they had on his life. And he did beat the odds. And unfortunately, he was raised in an environment where it was black and white. And so if you can't see it very well, but on the first icon on the screen was what they considered a black school district. And so he went through there all the way through grade school, and he had to test into the white district in order to go to that school. And as you can see in the second picture in the middle, that school looked very different than that first school. But the only reason why he was able to go to that school is because he tested into that district, as well as his grandmother was a janitor worker at the school. So that's why he was able to attend that school. Well, guess what? He beat the odds, and he graduated from high school. He was student body president, and he went off to college to kind of really understand how the brain works and how human behaves together. And Rotary actually was his first opportunity to go abroad to live in Brazil as a new generation services change. And that little boy is here today talking to Southern Indiana about why it is awesome to be a Rotarian. Because I am a proud Rotarian. And I know I tell you a little page of my story, and I know everybody on this call has a unique story. So I'm not trying to say my story is unique. But what I am here to tell you is that, guess what, my friends? There's hope for the hopeless because of what we do every day. Because of what you do as a volunteer, there's hope for our communities. There's hope to continue to navigate this new normal. There's hope to lead us into new heights and leave society better than we found it. And there's hope to build a more stronger, diverse, and inclusive Rotary. I have hope. And I hope you have hope as well. But I would tell you what I've learned, especially with open opportunities, because that's exactly what we're continuing to do. Look at what we're doing today. We're all connected. We survived. We're surviving. Look at this. It's beautiful to see all your faces together on this virtual platform. So I understand that there's hope that we could continue to do bigger and better. But you know what? I want you to understand that we're doing things in Rotary around diversity and inclusion that I want to give you a little insights on, so you can know that we have to have action, right? Because there's no hope without action, and we are people of action. Well, 2019, the Rotary Board of Directors adopted a goal around women in Rotary, okay? And the goal is that we want to be 30%. Now, of course, I know people can say, wow, this is low. This is, why did we pick this goal? Why didn't we do racial goal or, other goals around age? Well, right now, today, this is the best metric that we can track across the world, which is gender. We're starting to do more tracking of age, but it's not as greatly reported. So we put a goal, or the board, put a goal about what they can measure. And this goal came about by a council of resolution. So it actually came from districts to the board, and the board adopted. So let me show you how we're looking around the world today with women in Rotary. I'll let you just look at it really quickly. But as you can potentially see, is that some areas around the world is still you know, as low or low as 30 or barely hitting 30. And, you know, of course, you have to take in account the culture and the local laws and policies and systems. And that is important. So I just wanted you to kind of see that. And if you look at leadership, where we were at in 2015, we were still fairly low if you look at our pipeline. But if you take a snapshot in 2020, we are increasing and we are doing better. And see, if you don't look at these numbers, you may see like, oh man, we're not improving, but we are improving. And you all know today, yes, we have a 0 for the RI president, but we know that we have a great leader that so happened to be a woman who's the incoming president of Rotary International. And so we are making change. Change could be slow, but we are making change and there's hope. So you may wonder, and I want to leave you with this, is how do we do this better? How do we keep going on this journey of maturity? Because diversity and inclusion is not a destination, it's a journey. And we all come on this journey different ways and different levels of engagement. So please understand that. The first thing I tell people is that inclusion starts with the letter I. It starts with, how do I show up to my Rotary Club? How do I show up in my family? How do I show up to my community? Before we start to point fingers at everyone else, please hold up the mirror and understand, what is your implicit associations? What is your implicit bias? And so many times we just want to say, you know, fix everybody else. But I want to encourage you, before you go to everyone else, start with your reflection first. So that's the first way you want to start. And it's a lot of great tools that I could share how you can reflect and understand a little bit more about your unconscious bias or just your own story. The next thing I would say, my friends, is you must continue to have an open mind and an open heart. Everyone come into this space very differently. And sometimes, most times, I would say all the times, you have to practice compassion and grace, not just for others, but also for yourself. We're not going to always get it right on the first choice, the first time. So give some compassion and grace and be flexible. But understand that mindsets are the hardest to change, okay? Because so you may say, oh, I'm so pumped, I'm gonna do this at my club. But a lot of people ask me, Dr. Jenkins, how do you get people a part of the club to buy into this? They don't care about this, you know? And I'm like, well, don't focus on their mindset. Don't focus on changing people, okay? What we should focus on is transforming our organization to fit all people. Spend your energy there, because guess what, my friends? I can't see your mindsets. I can't see how you think right now, but what I can see is your behaviors. And that is what is critical to our communities and how we go and attract and recruit new members, how we build our club. How are we behaving in a way that we are being more inclusive, diverse, and equitable in our approach? And so, my friends, as I wrap up, I want you to understand that we need an action plan. And I know that you are doing that in your district. Continue to talk more about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And you can also do that in your club, and you don't have to do it by yourself. It is a lot of resources out here to help us. It takes a village. And I know I said a lot very, very quickly, but understand this. A small change in this space can make a big difference. A small change in this space can make a big difference. And so when we come back together next year, Jessika, and I get to talk to everybody again, maybe, I may ask you all a quick question. Show me your resume personally. Can you show me your inclusive resume? Not for me to validate it, but for me to see that your behaviors are improving. And I just want to learn with you. Also, will you be proud to talk about your resume? Or you won't show up to that networking event. So I want to leave you with that thought. What will be on your inclusive resume as a leader this year, as a Rotarian, as a person of your community, looking to be a part of the transformative change? So I want to say thank you so much, my friends, for having me here. I hope it was something that I was able to share that helped us on this journey together. I have a lot of resources. Feel free to connect with me on Instagram, Facebook, whatever. I'm actually going to put my information in the chat. There's my link for if you want to actually reach out to me I have Rotary resources as well, but I would love to connect with you and hear from you. But thank you so much for being in this village together, because we all can make a difference. And I'm so glad that I was able to share a little bit with you all today. So I don't know if we have time for Q&A. We could be out of time, but if we do, I'm open for Q&A if you want to unmute or put your question in the chat. But I'm going to turn it back over to the host to see where we're at. But I love you all. Thank you so much for your hearts today.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. Thank you, Dr. Jenkins, for spending time with us today and for bringing us this message of action and hope and joy. I would love to have you back. I can't speak for everyone, but I'm sure they would agree with me that we would love to have you come and see us in person next Rotary year, and let's talk about those inclusion resumes, please. We do have maybe 3 or 4 minutes if anybody wants to ask a question.
Would like to ask, is there a good way to ask questions about inclusion and implicit bias without offending the other group that we're talking to, whatever that other might be? A good way to approach this, a good question that would work?
Yeah, I would say that it's no one right way, but there's several wrong ways to do it. But it's
Okay.
no one right way, but this is what I've seen as a practice. One of the things, especially as a leader or someone of the community, it's what people are uncomfortable with something they never navigated before. And so first, what I've seen is that if you can acknowledge your implicit bias. So for example, I may have an implicit bias for individuals with bow ties, right? If I make that comfortable to say that you're not different when you also acknowledge your biases, we can also have a shared understanding. And so many times when we come into these conversations, we come in with the conversation to position an in and out group and a shame and blame. But if we can really time to come in to share your story first, and then ask for individuals to share their story or their experience, I do think in the bow tie philosophy and what we have seen with our practice and research, we have been able to reach new heights, but it needs to be level of vulnerabilities on both sides. So that would just be my approach and my thoughts on how you can engage with inviting individuals to share their story, as well as you share a little bit of your story first.
Dr. Bota, you had an illustration of the equity versus equality. Could you put that back up on the screen?
Sure. Let me see if I have the power to do that. I think I do. Give me a second. As I'm looking for that, do you have a question?
I thought it was a great illustration. I just wanted to take a picture of it.
Okay, no problem. Yes, I will go ahead and share my screen again. Give me a second. I had a couple different slides. I'm not sure if this is the one, or would you like to see the one based on reality? I'm sorry.
That's fine if you want to do that.
Okay, is this one is okay? Okay.
Yes,
okay, perfect. Hopefully you were able to take a picture. No problem. Anyone else have a question? Question or comment? I'm looking at the chat as well. I did get some direct messaging. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing this really quickly again. I'm going to try to address these really quickly. Yes, I do speak at organizations, and if I can get to your Rotary Club, I will. I don't mind. Just reach out to my team. Yes, I speak at different. I speak to whoever want to listen. Okay, so yes, hit me up. I don't mind. The next question is, how do we keep the conversation from becoming a me or we versus thee? Well, I think it's more of, I actually think it really needs to be a collective about the whole. I think using those statements of we versus and taking ownership. So I actually think it depends on the type of conversation. So many times, some people escape the truth by masking underneath another higher level of the ladder, if you will. So if you know it's your ownership, say this is what I believe. This is what I think. And then we want to move towards the we. We do want to move to shared vision and shared learning and understanding so we can have a shared, a shared outcome. Now, let me be very clear. Everybody will not be on board 100%. I don't want you to leave my messages like, oh, I'm going to do all. Yes, everyone is not going to be 100%. But I will tell you what I've learned. Do not focus on the top and don't focus on what we consider the non-engagers. What you want to focus on is the middle. You want to motivate the middle, empower your middle, because your middle is really what keeps your organization going, whether that's in the community or in your professional role. I know everybody want to start with the CEO. No, guess what? If you look at all what's been happening in the last year, it's not CEOs were saying, yes, we're going to do this. It was because their employees went to the CEOs and say, what are you doing? So we got to remember that we can empower our members on the front line. And so I always like to say, empower your middle, motivate the middle, because that is exactly where the change will happen. All right, let's see here. Okay, it's a lot of direct questions.
I think, Todd, if you wouldn't mind maybe answering some of those directly, since we want to stay on time today, but
yes,
we still appreciate you. Does that sound good?
Oh my God, yes, this is great. And I would just put my link in the chat.
All right, thank you very much. That was wonderful.
I love you.
Well, haven't we had 3 great presentations this morning? With Rotary International Floyd, with Happy Rotary Jenny, and now recently with Todd talking about inclusion and his co-time. He actually took one of my beginning comments I was going to make concerning what we do in Rotary, and we talk about opening opportunities. But together we take action. We all know, we see a world where people will unite and follow through, create lasting change. And in doing so, we have to recognize some of the major events that have happened in our district. In our District 6560, we have clubs that are participating in all types of projects, both at home and around the world. I just wanted to keynote a few of those, just to give them an accolade. As I talk to clubs this year thus far, I talked quite a bit about our district designated grants. We had 27 grants this last year from 20 different clubs. And just an example of some of those DDF funds. The Marion Club, which I'm very proud of, put together a Marion dog park. And in combination of partnership with other civic groups in the city, this project total was $427,000. A super impact on the community there in Marion. We talked about what we're doing globally. And the Rotary Club of Fishers Early Risers had put in a global grant funding for an ambulance in Uganda. Rotary Club of Fisher continue to support sustainable clean water access in 25 communities in Sierra Leone. The Rotary Club of Winchester has put together an agri-economic educational grant that is in the process currently. We've done this with the support of Rotary clubs in Union City, also in Portland and Indianapolis. The clubs are joining together to create large grants, and this one will surpass $100,000. District Global Grant also is supporting the educational pursuits. They have a scholarship this year to Abigail Kelly to study biotechnology and innovation at Purdue. The special purpose grant. Also very proud that Indianapolis Club was to receive and did receive a $25,000 grant from International for the COVID vaccine and materials used in the COVID pandemic, strictly for Wheeler Mission. It was great to see that. Well, to better understand the projects and the scope of your Rotary International, its support of the projects around the globe, I want to just give you an idea of the dollars spent this last year on our areas of focus. With preventing disease, there was $35 million spent. Providing clean water, $18 million. With supporting education, $10 million. Growing local economies, also $10 million. Saving mothers and children, $7 million. Promoting peace, $3.5 million. And as we know, the 7th area of focus, saving the environment, will be included in next year's dollars. This totals $83.5 million that the foundation has provided in grants to help sustain the needs throughout the world. We're very, very proud of that. We'll let Jessica discuss her district's grant structure and some of the keynote events.
Thank you, Joe. I also just, hold on a second. I just realized this whole time there's been a trash can in our field of vision. So I hope you enjoyed that. Actually, I think it's a recycling can. There we go. Rotary cares. So, gosh, we're having such a good time here today. And thank you to Joe for sharing some of the great things that are happening in District 6560. When we planned this, you know, we wanted to make sure that each of our districts really had a chance to understand what the other one was doing, because we're friends and we're all doing some amazing things. So, you know, you should do some shout outs in the chat for all of our District 6560 clubs. So I want to tell you a little bit about what we've done in 6580. And so just like Joe's district, we had so many clubs who took advantage of the rapid relief, COVID relief grants and helped to bring important supplies and support to so many first responders, so many folks in the early parts of the pandemic. Bedford, Columbus, New Albany, Greensburg, Columbus Sunrise, Vincennes, just to name a few. And I would also mention that I'm in HR, so like I know the second you start to call out a specific person, or in this case, a club, you risk missing out on someone. So please know that that is not my intention. And if you want to make sure that you're really up to speed on what's happening in District 6580, you should read the district newsletter. Because we put it all in there. And that's where I went to find a lot of my notes for today. So please do read that, and a special shout out to Betty Dunham and everyone who helps put that together every month. So a couple of other really exciting things that I wanted to make sure you knew about. Our Evansville Rotaract Club was still able to do their special signature project this year. They gave a $5,000 grant to the Tri-State Food Bank to buy backpacks for their backpack food program. Terre Haute had a blood drive. We had a virtual RILA. We had virtual RLI, 3 levels. We had virtual get-togethers. Bloomington North did a virtual Scotch tasting. Many people did virtual happy hours, and I know a lot of you have found a way to do virtual happy dollars. So we have just continued to push through. So many clubs rang Salvation Army bells this year, and our district had 2 virtual foundation events. Franklin successfully pulled off their in-person hog roast, and I think you sold out, which is bonkers good. So congratulations on that. Jasper distributed food boxes. Salem participated in the Christmas assistance program like they do for years. Clarksville, Jeffersonville, and New Albany had their angel tree competition. And boy, those 3 clubs, it's tight every year. Terre Haute South did bikes for tykes. Columbus Sunrise just finished construction. And if you haven't seen the photo of this year's sculpture, it's a beautiful cardinal. And they won the best original drawing for the construction competition. And then of course, we have our Global Scholar, Fingers Crossed, and our newly approved Global Scholar for next year, Cameron Davidson. So lots of really exciting things that are going on in District 6580. And I couldn't be prouder of the work that we're doing. So before we move to lunch, it is my honor to do just a brief memorial service for some of our Rotary leaders that we lost in the past week. I think we have a slide for that. And I know that each district is going to celebrate their individual Rotarians in our breakout session. So please know that I am not trying to do that this morning. And I don't even need the slide because I know who they are too. So 2020, 2021 was obviously a rough year, and we lost quite a few of our wonderful Rotarians. I'm sure you know of most of these folks, but in May of 2020, Rotary International lost Rotary International President Frank Devlin. And Frank was the RI president from 2000 to 2001. And he also served as the Rotary International Foundation Chair from 2005 through 2006. If you ever had a chance to meet Frank at an international event, you know that he was an Uber networker. He never met a stranger, and taught the world that Rotary really does connect us. We also lost Rotary International Director Greg Yang at the end of 2020. Greg Yang was a friend to every Rotarian in Rotary Zones 30 and 31. And if you don't know, that's the heart of America, and our two districts are part of Rotary Zone 30. Greg was our director in 2017 through 2019. Greg also served 2 terms as a district governor. So, that's some inspiration, Joe, if you want to do it again. You could be like Greg. And such a friend, and a lefty like me. So we really miss Greg, and he was such a friend and mentor to all. We're very sad to have lost him. And then District 6580 lost 3 beloved district governors. We lost Max Ernst from Seymour, Randy Bridges from Bloomington, and Judy Bush from Bedford. And we'll be talking about them in our district breakout session. But I wanted to specifically mention Judy because I know that many of you had a chance to meet Judy, who was the district governor in 2018-2019 at the last All Indiana District Conference that we had up in Indianapolis in the spring of 2019. And if you met her, you know that her passion for Rotary was infectious. And without a doubt, all of these folks are sadly missed. I think with that, I want to leave you with a reminder that we are coming back after lunch. So we will have a 30-minute lunch break, and please take a moment, rest, reflect, and watch our wonderful presentation. And then we will see you back here at 12:30. We have one more amazing speaker. I mean, what a day so far, more to come. And then we will get together in our breakout session. So thank you for your time, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
If you think of what interests people have, there's a fellowship for it.
You share the same interest, you share the same hobby.
Photography is a fellowship, swimming is a fellowship. There's so many fellowships.
Within the last year or so, I've gained so much more Rotary friends through fellowship. The fellowship that I belong to is a cycling fellowship, and we're able to raise money for polio just by riding our bikes.
It's the fact of taking your passions, your hobbies, and making that into a service opportunity, into a social opportunity. We do learn to surf events for high school kids, beach cleanups, things like that. It's also attracted people who are into those types of events to seek out, what is Rotary about?
Rotary Friendship Exchange is an opportunity for you to visit new places, learn about cultures.
To be received with warmth and friendship, that is the ultimate travel experience in my mind.
You get to connect with a family there that will show you around. You explore things you never thought you would explore.
And also sometimes integrating local projects. Friendship exchanges are open to anyone.
It's something you can do with your friends, your family, your kids, better than a vacation. Hands down, best.
The great thing about a project fair is that it brings Rotarians from different parts of the world to one venue.
When they come, they are looking for projects that can help them to meet their club's goals.
The Rotary clubs offer different projects in different areas of focus.
The hosts put together project visits and other kind of tours.
People become friends, and friendship engenders trust.
The personal contact is the main purpose of a project fair.
ICC or intercountry committees are an important part for peace and friendship.
The intercountry committee operates
between two countries.
And it's very important for Rotary to have this sort of experts to promote activities and relations between the two countries.
Projects are done by the clubs and not by the ICC, but they try to help them to do these projects.
Go beyond your borders and do your part to reach peace through service.
Rotary is made up of dedicated people who share the same ideals, a passion for community service and friendship. And while some are inspired in a traditional club experience, others want to dedicate their skills and resources to a single cause in their communities. That's why alternative club models, such as cause-based clubs, are impactful and expand our reach. These clubs organize programs, implement projects, and attract participants around a specific focus. For example, these two clubs in the United States have built their culture around environmental issues.
Eco Club membership is an opportunity to build new relationships, leadership skills, with a focus on environmental sustainability.
As newer clubs, they can establish their own norms that fit membership's needs.
Each month, we take a field trip to a speaker's place of business that focuses on protecting our planet's health.
Speakers are experts in sustainability or recycling, and the club's service projects focus on beautification and preservation of the planet. The successes are visible in the club's growing diverse membership. Explore a new club model. Attract new members and participants. Continue making an impact. Grow Rotary.
For over 100 years, Rotary members have taken action when challenges arise. We know what people can do when they come together and put others before themselves.
The team lead said they will continue the campaign to fight against the coronavirus.
Local Rotary clubs deliver food and supplies to people in need.
Strangers become friends, helping hands multiply, and problems turn into solutions. We are Rotary. We are people of action. Learn more at rotary.org/action.
I see entrepreneurs or workers up there in northern Thailand. And I see that the major issues with the whole problem now is the inequalities of wealth between the rural areas and the urban city. We have to move those smallholder farmers into the market, so to raise their income level in here and fight this inequality. Not many people can understand about the peace aspect of agriculture. If we can support the economic development in a very sustainable way, I believe that we have a chance for building a peace platform. Our missions of Go Organics is to empower regenerative agriculture. We need local people to support the local farmers in here, while at the same time connecting with the world. It's all peace building. It's very interesting because once I had the meetings with the farmers, we present what is organic certifications, what can it do to the farmers. After 2 hours talk with them, they thank me for sharing with them the knowledge. But I told them, no, thank you. Without you, I live in the city, I have no food to eat. Please help to produce more quality food for the people to eat. And together we'll make a difference.
Sexual violence is a global pandemic. It affects pretty much most women. According to the UN, 1 in 3 women around the world experience some form of it at least once in their lifetime. Unfortunately, many of us do not talk about it, we do not report it officially, and this translates into a data gap. We often think of peace as the absence or the opposite of war, but that's not true. Peace could be the absence of any kind of conflict. My name is Elsa Marie De Silva and I'm a Rotary Peace Fellow. I'm the CEO of Red Dot Foundation. It's a not-for-profit in India as well as in the US. And our main work is sexual violence prevention. We do it through a crowd map, a reporting platform called Safe City, where we crowdsource anonymous stories of sexual violence in public spaces. And the idea is to look at this issue through patterns and trends visualized on a map as hotspots. For staring or for groping, maybe someone might not go to make an official complaint because the process is so tedious and so intimidating. Technology is part of our everyday life. So why not use it to give women a platform to record their experiences? So we found that approaching authorities like the police with this kind of a data set has helped them change their beat patrol timings in areas where they may not have had a presence. In reality, public space safety is absolutely critical to women's contribution to the economy. The data itself was used by an economist to put an economic cost to sexual harassment in public spaces in Delhi. Girija Borkar at Brown University used our data set as one of the data sets to prove that sexual violence impacts women's access to public transportation, which may cost them around $290 a year, which in our part of the world in India is quite a lot of money. Without our data set, I don't think she would have been able to do that. Unconsciously, we curtail our own opportunities, restricting ourselves from doing so much more than we are capable of. Women and girls, they're not allowed to travel very far from home to access quality education. So unlike their male counterparts, they may choose a university or a college close to their home, and this compromises the quality of their education. Look with your hearts, not with your eyes. We will not be intimidated by your gaze. We will break our silence. I would hope that everybody downloads this app and uses it to report their incidents and use the data to make their own community safer.
Rotary knows that providing access to clean water around the world is about more than digging wells. That's why Rotary brings together community leaders, governments, and agencies to plan policies and funding that ensure permanent access to water. Be part of the solution. Learn more.
Every year, over 350,000 young people participate in Rotary's youth programs. And thousands of mentors guide them as they develop their potential and take action in their communities. Service learning is a proven method for activating young people to address the root cause of community issues and hone their leadership skills. And along the way, inspiring them to create lasting change in their communities and themselves, setting them on a path for a lifetime of service. Foster growth in young leaders in your community with Rotary's service learning resources, our new approach to youth service. Resources are now available for both youth program participants and adult advisors. Start your service learning journey now at rotary.org/learn.
When a crisis hits, we look for solutions and react to the challenge of the moment. In 2020, that's COVID-19. And as the world races to find a vaccine, the polio eradication infrastructure is playing a critical role in protecting communities from the pandemic. It might seem invisible, but it's a vast disease-fighting toolkit that surveils for traces of the polio virus and tests thousands of samples every year, and focuses critical resources through hubs and emergency operations centers, maintains a sophisticated logistics network to safely deliver vaccine, and trains health workers to inform the community of the importance of immunizing children. Now, Rotary and its partners are using this polio infrastructure to also help respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Surveillance is a cornerstone of the polio eradication effort. In Ethiopia, community volunteers are now reporting suspected COVID-19 cases. and community health workers conduct house-to-house visits to identify suspected cases. Knowledge and information hubs like emergency operations centers are central to polio eradication activities in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Nigeria. They are now also used as coordination centers for COVID-19 response, where polio partners develop plans, analyze data, and quickly share information, all in a centralized location. In Benin, teams created a national interactive dashboard, tracing contacts, mapping cases, and managing data. In Pakistan, Rotary's polio resource centers offer COVID-19 training for health workers, and one center serves as a testing site for the community. Across regions, the logistics network used to distribute polio vaccines is now essential in getting personal protective equipment to remote areas. In Pakistan, trained staff have collected thousands of COVID-19 samples. And teaming with UNICEF, Rotary distributed more than 3 million bars of soap to households in vulnerable areas of Afghanistan. Because good hygiene protects against polio and COVID-19. This infrastructure relies on the trusted voices of community influencers. The relationships they build ensure accurate health information protects the community against polio. In Afghanistan, 70,000 of them have been trained by the polio program. Now hundreds of thousands of households have access to critical polio and COVID-19 prevention information. Rotary and our partners built an infrastructure that is now addressing the largest public health crisis in a generation. We should be proud of this contribution. And eventually, when planes, boats, trains, and cars carry people around the world and viruses travel with them, this infrastructure will live on to tackle public health priorities and ensure a polio-free world. Your ongoing support for polio eradication will leave behind this everlasting legacy for decades to come.
The challenges that I face to stick to what I believe in, creating use out of the useless. They thought I could not do it, they thought I could not make it, and today I am in the Forbes 30 under 30 list of social entrepreneurs of Asia. I am Dr. Binish Desai of Rotary Club of Vibrant Valsad. I am a social entrepreneur and an innovator. I convert waste into eco-innovations, houses, toilets, and 150 other products. A social entrepreneur is someone who talks about creating a social change through its products, through its disruptive technologies. To provide them the employment. My factories were quite far from here, and I thought, let's do something unique. Let's bring the factory here. It's not just about creating a particular product, but actually breaking the barriers that the society has created.
We started with very small ideations of doing something for women, something for the society, and that led to a journey which is starting, and now let's see where it takes us.
Other cats were lurking on the block. It was just my young mind in the grid, had me blind like a spell that had me blind.
Judge told me he's like either do 6 months or go through the PAC program for a year and a half. And I said, yeah, I'll do the PAC program.
Trying to turn the page cause I'm sick of hearing the same old bull on the radio. The boys thought y'all should already know. Gave y'all real talk, you tried to outline me. Told y'all to crown me, but y'all just
PAC stands for participation, acknowledgement, commitment, and transformation. And they are the 4 stages that an at-risk youth will go through in his path to a more positive life.
The next time that they get picked up by the police, they're going to be charged as adults, they're going to be lost to the adult system. So we're really trying to work with them and helping them to turn their lives around.
You know, I can't always just blame things on other people and always, you know, make excuses.
What are you thinking about when you see yourself back in 2010?
Wow. Really, like, wow.
So what I'm doing right now in school is just finishing my last 4 high school. And then after that, I was looking to go into criminal justice so that I could one day hopefully be a life coach. I look at it as, I'm not trying to glorify it, but I'm just trying to say, yo, this is what I went through, but it's what I want to change from. This isn't who I am anymore. This is who I was.
Like, you lose so much, like, motivation and energy. Like, how did you go from that, like, point of when you're, like, so stuck?
When I started doing music, I used it as an outlet for my anger, because you can literally express anything you want, no matter what it is, express it. Nobody can judge you for it. It's you, your feelings, right? Your thoughts, what you go through every day.
We're going to do whatever it takes, and we're not going to abandon them. We're going to be with them as long as they want us to be there. And so they know that we've got their backs covered.
I don't want to give up on myself anymore.
When David Lockett came to our Rotary Club, I was very excited by the model that he was presenting. I started to ask myself how Rotary could be involved in a more hands-on way.
And I believe that's what everyone would need, just someone that would listen to them and motivate them and push them to say, you're not doing anything wrong. You're just doing what you can at this time and point. And there is other options and more ways to do it. So just keep pushing no matter what.
Yeah. We need success. All right, we got you.
What the hope is and plan is that we'll have a legion of Rotary ambassadors who will be available and willing and interested in providing peer mentorship to at-risk youth in a variety of ways.
Like, it might not happen today, it might not happen tomorrow. They give you the blueprint with the PAC program, and you got to run with it as a person.
As Rotary, we often ask ourselves, how do we grow? Personally, professionally, and organizationally? The answer is simple. To grow Rotary, we need more Rotary clubs. Let's use Anytown as an example. Anytown is a city of 100,000 people and home to one proud Rotary club. But there are hundreds of other people of action, just like us, who are uniquely qualified to become Rotary members. They share the same drive and represent the values and fundamentals of a Rotary member. So why aren't they members? Well, the current club meets on Monday. There are leaders in Anytown who can't meet on a Monday. By excluding this segment, the potential members in Anytown has shrunk. Now consider, what if the meeting is at noon on Monday? There are people who can meet on Monday, but can't meet at noon. So now we have a smaller audience for Rotary in Anytown. Of the remaining group, some aren't interested in a club with a sit-down lunch and speakers. They are passionate about service, but aren't interested in a traditional club experience. And that is okay. The Rotary Club of Anytown isn't doing anything wrong. It just doesn't appeal to particular segments of the community. And if we're going to thrive for years to come, we must adapt and embrace change. In Anytown, we have an opportunity to expand because potential members are everywhere. More than half of the eligible people are prospective Rotary members, waiting to make a bigger impact in their community. But what Rotary Club exists for them? If Anytown creates new clubs at new times and new places, the hidden potential for Rotary will be revealed. As people of action, we must broaden our reach and provide opportunities to all leaders in the community. Together, all of us can grow Rotary.
A lot of women come from different backgrounds. A lot of women mention that since they get inside the gate of 7-Eleven and they feel very peaceful. I feel the same.
What we're trying to achieve is giving women a sense of self-determination and freedom, because I believe that it's women who are going to change communities and societies in future.
So our main 3 program is focusing on skill training, employment opportunity, and education.
यस्तो अब आफू एक त डिसेबल हो अब यहाँ भनेको जस्तो भने अब डिसेबल र एबलमा त धेरै फरक छ हैन अब मैले यहाँ नपाएको भए त म मेरो अलिकति उ चाहिँ आर्थिक स्तरले अलिक कमै हुने हुन्थ्यो होला.
This is what empowers them, uplifts them, makes them leaders in their community. Women are inclusive. Once they learn, earn, they want to share those skills with other women, and that's why we've seen such an amazing ripple effect.
I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Cali San Fernando in Cali, Colombia.
St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador in Canada.
RC Maguru Newtown Provisional, Ogun State, Nigeria.
Basel, Switzerland.
Kingston, Jamaica.
From Medellin, Colombia.
In Mauritius.
I live in the city Marília, Brazil.
Oshawa, Ontario, Canada.
Red Sea Coast, Egypt.
Rotarians in Brazil are committed with polio eradication. We organized Telepolio, a fundraising initiative with the testimony of Rotarians, polio ambassadors, an expertise panel, and an amazing entertainment.
We also have Pints for Polio events happening across our district. The St. John's East Club is going into their 4th year holding this event with a local brewery.
My club will be organizing a Rotary polio walk to keep polio at 0 level.
We are organizing a Let's Kick Out Polio online event with speakers from WHO, UNICEF, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and our Rotary International president.
Artists from all around the world sending their work for make this exhibition, to make a promotional banner about the fight against the polio.
We'll be co-hosting our 3rd annual live stream World Polio Day 2020. We'll be updating our live audience with Rotary's efforts to end polio now.
A 35K fundraising cycle ride to end polio now.
There will also be a virtual donation campaign for the Polio Plus Fund.
This year we are celebrating a polio-free Africa with influencers, leaders, and people from the media together with awesome speakers.
With this animal, we are making happy 1 kids at the hospital. On the other hand, we save 5 kids from polio.
The African region has been declared wild poliovirus free. Yes, but there's still a long way to go.
We want together to show how Rotary contributed in the eradication of polio and how vaccines play an important role in combating the disease.
I moved here and really didn't know anyone.
I wanted to get started on my career.
I felt like I needed to be more active and give back.
I wanted to be in a career that I loved. Always learning, always following my goals.
I knew I wanted to help people and create lasting change.
I was looking for a way to connect with new people and make friends. Something fun and social.
Something that makes me a better person.
Something meaningful.
I've grown to know my neighbors
and work with them to improve our community.
I'm becoming the impactful leader I want to be.
And through it all, I've had fun and met some of the best people.
I found connections, solved problems, and made a difference.
I've built a network, a community.
We took action. We joined Rotaract.
Sometimes what makes you a perfect candidate for a Rotary Club also makes it hard for you to make it to a meeting.
Well, one of the reasons I'd never joined Rotary over the years was because I was traveling and couldn't get to a weekly meeting.
But Rotary Clubs make the most impact when members can develop lasting relationships, contribute their valuable expertise, and take action together. Take the Wash E-Club. While the club was developed and chartered in District 9980 in New Zealand, their members are a mix of locals and those who live in countries across the globe, from Ethiopia to the Netherlands, Mexico to the United States. The E-Club model lets them meet online, and in this case, allows the members to focus on water and sanitation projects. The global nature of their membership gives them a breadth of experience that helps increase the positive impact of club projects. The club does the same things any other Rotary Club does, except they meet via video conference. The E-Club model enhances the work Neil and the club are doing on their Wash in Schools global grant project, where they're partnering with local Rotary clubs to provide clean water, working toilets, and hygiene education to 7 Nigerian schools. Explore a new club model. Attract new members and participants. Continue making an impact. Grow Rotary.
Hi, I'm Alicia Davis, a television journalist based in New York, a city hit hard by COVID-19. That's why I'm so inspired by the Rotarians around the world who are working to help each and every community affected by this pandemic. Every mask sewn, meal delivered, and dollar raised adds up to real global impact. Now, more than ever, Rotary members are people of action. Let's take a look.
Hi everyone, we're in San Francisco Chinatown,
Kisumu, Kenya,
Lisbon, Portugal, Bay St. Louis, Mississippi,
San Diego, United States.
I'm Sadako Park, Setagayaku, Tokyo, Japan,
Almere in the Netherlands,
Tegucigalpa, Honduras,
Meaux, France.
Hello, namaste, Dr. Prakash Paudel of Nepal National Hospital.
Bucharest, Romania.
Professor Dr. Farhan Isa Abdullah, I'm Pakistan.
Julia Koch and I'm from Milano, Italy.
We have started a hotline service through telephone regarding COVID cases.
So far, we help with more than 150 charities and hospitals. We also distribute more than 5 tons of food.
My club has given 52,000 tulips to thank our local healthcare professionals and gave a boost to their work and dedication.
So far, we have produced 10,000 face masks, 10 hand washing stations, and distributed to our local communities.
I'm helping with the food pantry, and we're also giving away these Rotary masks.
We are handing out masks to the homeless. We're also giving them boxed meals and bottles of water.
Medical facial masks, protective clothing kits, and goggles.
We partnered with our Rotary Exchange student to create Rotary Interactive Quarantine. Hundreds of students from more than 60 countries have met every 2 weeks to share their stories.
And provided our first-line personnel with personal protection equipment.
Also managed to buy meals and food for 2,000 elders in our community.
Redirected funds so that food insecure families and individuals' needs are met.
Provided food rations for families to survive for a month at least. They have donated to 28 Italian hospitals a new technology aiming at breaking the infection chain in the hospital.
Being also able to mobilize communities, training them in personal care, and by providing them food items and things of the like.
We gave 40 tablets for sick people to keep in touch with their family via video. We help unemployed people to see opportunities and find new jobs. This is Rotary connecting the world, saving lives, and this is Rotary in action.
Welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break, and we have to give a quick shout out to our district governor in 6540, John Frischi.
Frischi in the house.
Well, we've had a great program thus far. We're moving on to the next plateau, and one of our keynoters today is known as the Gratitude Guy. This young man has been a speaker, a coach, a best-selling author for over 25 years. He's a former Nordstrom store manager and has managed in corporate world for over 30 years. Are you tired and overwhelmed from the sheltering at home? Has it been difficult to maintain a positive attitude? His talk today has high energy. He exercises eye contact. Numerous takeaways will be used in your everyday life. I'd like for you to welcome, if you would, David George Brooke. David?
Thank you, Joe. Yep. Hi, everybody.
Great to be here. And I will tell you, I'm out in Seattle. I don't know about back in Indianapolis, but it is a glorious day, blue sky and nothing but clouds. No clouds are gone, which is what we normally get all the time. So, but let me say right up front, a couple of things. Number one, I've got about 30 minutes. I talk extremely fast. I've always been that way. So I apologize ahead of time, but I want you to have a couple things ready to go. You need a pad of paper, or at least a piece of paper, but a pad would be nice, but a piece of paper and a pen. And then also your cell phone, smartphone, if you have that handy, that would be nice, because we're going to do a couple of things on your phone. And as I say, I'll be about 30 minutes. And I call this navigating the new normal through gratitude. I'm known as the gratitude guy. I do a lot of speaking, and I've started to get back in person again. It's been Zoom and virtual for the last year or so, but it's been kind of crazy. But I will also tell you, because of that pad of paper and the pen and the phone, this is a very interactive, experiential talk. And the more you participate, the more it'll help you and the more you will benefit. So I will tell you very briefly, I don't want to go into a lot of my history, but I had a lot of loss when I was growing up. My parents passed away when I was relatively young. My father elected to take his own life. And then later I was married with a couple of kids and my wife passed away. And then the pandemic came along here in the last year and a half. So I've had any number of issues that I've thought I needed to find something to help me to deal with. And gratitude ended up being the answer. And it's been something that is so passionate about me. I decided to quit what I was doing, running Nordstrom stores and Lowe's home improvement stores, and to start to speak and take this message of gratitude across the country. And it is, as I say, it's very important. So let me start out by telling you something I think is so important. I contend the most important relationship you'll ever have in your life is the one you have with the person in the mirror. And I think that your creator and God and everybody is there, that anybody that you believe in, that is very important as well. That might be number one, but maybe you're number two, but it's very, very important. But you control that attitude every single day. I'm going to talk nothing about anything except gratitude. And I think that you get to choose. Are you up, down, left, right, happy, sad, mad, angry, happy, whatever it might be? That's a choice that you get to make. And I will tell you, it is up to you. And you got out of bed this morning. You could get out of bed on the left side or the right side. It was a choice, again, you got to make and nobody else. So very, very important. But I think it does depend a lot on how we look at something as well. How do you not only look at yourself, but how do you look at life? We've all heard of the glass half full and half empty, and that's a great analogy. But I will tell you, I have always looked at it as half full, and I've seen the best in things. And I think it's one of the neatest mindsets you can have, to be grateful for what you have and move forward. I live in Seattle, as I mentioned. Across the lake, there is a place called Medina in Bellevue, and there's a floating bridge that goes across there. Medina is where Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates and some of the high-tech people live in the Seattle area. So I was doing a foot race some years ago, and I ran across from Medina, across that floating bridge to Husky Stadium. It was a 6.2 mile 10K race. I was about halfway through the race and I was struggling, and I just kind of pumping along, and little kids are passing me, and I look in front of me and there's a lot of people in front of me. But then I turned around. It's hard to look behind yourself when you're running. And I look back and there's just thousands of people all the way back up into Bellevue. And so I thought to myself as I turned around, and I thought, you know what? Here's what's interesting. All these people that are in front of me, I don't know, 500 people or something like that. If they weren't here, I would be in first place. I mean, what if all those people had just decided, I'm not going today, honey, my toe hurts? Guess who'd be out front? Me. So it just depends on how you look at something. It can make such a big difference. So I think also, how about this coronavirus, this COVID-19? Is it all negative, or are there positives that came out of it? And so I think about some of the silver linings of COVID-19, the technology. Gosh, Zoom, look at this. I don't know, 150, 200 people. How many people are on the call? The bandwidth couldn't even handle this just a few years ago. Cell phones, all the things that we do with them. I do a lot of videos every single day, and I have my cell phone. I shoot videos when I do my gratitude walk, which we'll talk about in a second. I also listen to podcasts. I listen to books with the AirPods, so it's so handy. The sense of community. What is Rotary if not community? Service above self, the connection of people helping each other, so important. All this extra time created with family. Even though the kids are out of school a lot, there's a lot of that time as a family. They're going to remember forever that they got to spend together as a result of this. The vaccine, I don't know if there's ever been a vaccine created this quickly, which has been amazing. I got my second shot a couple of months ago and feel very blessed to be able to take advantage of that and so forth. But the efficiencies with this Zoom, now it'd be great to be in person. I might ask you too to go high five sometimes like this. So when I ask you, there's kind of be active about that. You might do 2 high fives, but it can make it, but it's still not quite the same in person. But I spend an hour driving to see my friend, have an hour at Starbucks with him and an hour back. Now I meet with him on Zoom for an hour and I've got 2 extra hours I didn't have before. So very, very efficient. The conveniences are unbelievable. I've been in a grocery store in probably 6 months, but I hear this knock, knock, knock about once a week. There's Amazon Fresh, and it makes it so handy and so forth. And maybe the most important thing, and I think gratitude really does this, is it helps you to realign your priorities. What is important? We've all been around people, I'm sure none here on the call today, that are only focusing on the negative, and they get a little bad thing happens to them, and it's like their life is ended. And so it makes you really realize what's important. I mean, maybe health, it may not be the most important thing at all. I don't know what is. If you don't have your health, you don't have much. So I want to do a little first exercise. There's probably 4 or 5 exercises we're going to do in 30 minutes, which is why I talk so fast. So the first exercise is go to your pad of paper, or your piece of paper, and I want you to write these 2 words. You are, Y-O-U-A-R-E. You are, Y-O-U-A-R-E. And then most of you, of course, are by yourself. So this is exercise you get to do just on your own. Here's what I want you to do for the next 60 seconds. Now, you know what? I better do 30 seconds because I only have a half hour. So for the next 30 seconds, I want you to think about this. I want you to pretend you are your biggest cheerleader. I want you to pretend you're your mom or your dad or your husband or your wife or your best friend or whoever thinks you're the greatest person on this earth, whoever's your biggest cheerleader. I want you to be them for 30 seconds, and I want you to write all the words that they would say to describe you. You are creative. You are talented. You are energetic. However they describe you, write as many words as you can in 30 seconds for them to describe you. Go. Okay, and that's about 30 seconds. And I have a feeling you could probably write a lot more words, but as I say, I got to keep it going along. So it took you 30 seconds to write all those descriptors that those people would say to describe you or would mention to describe you. So now take about 5 seconds and just silently reread that list that you wrote of those 6 or 8 or 10 things. And after you've read those 10 characteristics that they described you as, give me a high five in the screen if you feel better about yourself. Just a simple high five after reading those if you feel better. Look at all those hands. Holy cow. I got Joanne with a hand in the screen. Wait a minute, I got to look at a couple other screens here just to be on the safe side. Gosh, there's so many screens here, I can't look at them all. Well, I would say the vast majority of raising your hands. That's a good example of what gratitude can do for you. It's helping you focus on what you have, not what you don't have. One of the sayings I'll say 2 or 3 times is gratitude turns what you have into enough. Gosh, it's just crazy, this world we have, that people are always trying to compare themselves with everybody else, which is just a ridiculous thing to do. So gratitude tip, I'll have 5 or 6 gratitude tips. When you get time, not right now, take a little card like this, a 3x5 card, put all those words that you said that your best cheerleader would describe you, write them on that card. You can add a few more if you want, and then put it on your bulletin board, your computer, your refrigerator, wherever, somewhere you can reference it, because I will tell you, it'll make you feel better when you look at that and when you're having maybe not your best day. I had this guy come up to me once and he goes, how come you don't have people describe their shortcomings? I said, what do you think? This is the gratitude guy. This isn't the knucklehead guy. I'm not going to have people talk about their shortcomings. I want to talk about all the great strengths that you have and so forth. So that is the tip. Keep it on a card and keep it handy wherever you might be able to glance at it from time to time. Number 2, that was how you look at yourself and you controlling your attitude. Number 2 is harnessing gratitude's power. I think it's pretty well known that 2 people go into a hospital with the same disease. The positive attitude lives, the negative attitude dies. It's been proven over and over again, but the science of gratitude and all of this is something I'll get to in a second, but it's so important how you look at things. And I mentioned that a couple of times already. I've said, and I will say when I wrap up my talk about how I think gratitude can impact and change and transform your life. I think in some cases, multiple cases, I think it saved my life. When I decided to become that gratitude guy, that was one of the big reasons why. So about 30 or 40 years, I'll give you a good example. I was learning how to fly, and my instructor, Jay Diddy, says to me one day on one of our lessons, he says, "You're going to be grateful today if you listen to me very carefully." And I said, what are you talking? He used the word grateful way back when. And he says, we're going to talk about getting into the clouds and how you have to be sure you're not becoming disoriented. And it's called vertigo and so forth. And what I'm going to tell you, and listen to me very closely. Always believe your instruments, David. Always believe them under any circumstances. Always believe your instruments. I don't care what your head or your heart or your stomach says. So sure enough, I'm flying along on my little airplane. About 6 months later, I've got some friends and we're going down to the ocean to have dinner, and we're just bopping along. Everything's great. We get into the clouds and I'm not really paying attention. And all of a sudden I look and the turn and bank indicator on the plane says we're in a 60-degree bank turn to the right and it's going over further. And I think I'm straight and level. That's what's called vertigo. And when you have spatial disorientation. So I remembered what he said, and he said, you'll be grateful if you remember this all the time. So I thought, okay, so I turned the heading bug on. The plane went back to straight and level, but my brain and my stomach thought I was upside down. That's how messed up I was. And that's what can happen in the clouds. So I stayed straight and level, even though I was totally disoriented. It was a very, very scary feeling. Went up above the clouds, got above the clouds, saw where I was, went back to Seattle. I told my friends, you know what? We're going back to Seattle. We're not going to Ocean Shores for dinner. But that's a case of where I think it can definitely save your life if you pay attention. So next tip on this, try to do a gratitude walk. I do a gratitude walk every single day, and I always try to get 10,000 steps in, whatever the number of steps you want to get in. And I pair it with a different subject for gratitude every single day. Very, very important. So the science of gratitude, just so you know, this is not some woo-woo thing that I've thought up. And I just think I learned this and I've had some strange feeling or something. There's a lot of science. So I'm going to read this very quickly, but I want to tell you a little bit about some of the studies and the research. So this isn't just something that somebody made up along the way. And it says here, appreciating what we have measurably improves our relationships, our life satisfaction, our health, our sleep, and it improves our physical health, leading to fewer aches and pains, lower blood pressure, and less depression. Grateful people are more likely to take care of their health, exercise more often, and schedule regular checkups. Gratitude reduces toxic emotions like envy, resentment, frustration, anger, and aggression, and enhances positive emotions like empathy, caring, and sympathy. Too much of our time is spent pursuing things we currently don't have. What a great point. Gratitude reverses that and realigns our priorities to appreciate what we currently have. Again, so important. Happiness is rarely constant. So although happiness is a fantastic goal, gratitude for the tools that get you there are more important. How easily we can lose sight of everything we have to be thankful for when the circumstances of life become unpleasant. Think about this last year with COVID-19. And lastly, we are our own worst critics and we hold ourselves to impossible standards and we continually compare ourselves to others. Big mistake. Science says that the more you choose positive and kind words to describe yourself, your health, your body, and your progress, the less anxiety you will experience. So very important. That's the science of gratitude. Okay, next exercise. So this is going to seem like a little bit of this is actually going to involve some homework. So I'm going to test all the great Rotarians out there. I'm going to ask you in a second to do some homework. So before I do, though, I want to get a high five from everybody. That means they will do the homework. It's going to take something in the next week. Once again, everybody, you guys are the best. I'm actually a member of Seattle 4 Rotary in Seattle, one of the biggest, if not the biggest. So, of course, the Rotarians are stepping up and high-fiving. So I'll tell you what the homework is in a second, but you've already committed that you're going to do it. Thank you, Joanne and Stacy and Dr. Bell. All you people are paying attention. So Okay, 30 seconds. And again, this is going to seem like a big project, but just bear with me. Here's what I want you to do in the next 30 seconds. I want you to write down the most memorable events of your life and put it in priority if you can. And you can't write them all, write as many as you can. It can be personal, professional, school, or trips, I should say, family, whatever the most memorable events of your life is, or are adventures. Write down as many as you can. 30 seconds, go. All right, there's about 30, 40 seconds. So that's a big ask, of course, too. So which is why I had you give me the high five up front. Here's what I want you to do. Today is Saturday, April 17th. So by a week from today, what you promised me you do is that next Saturday, the 24th, somewhere between now and next week, I want you to convert that list to one of three things: top 25, top 50, or top 100. You can choose however it is, how many you have. It's so important. And then the gratitude tip is going to be, once you finish that list and put it in priority order, it's very easy. The tip is to do it on an Excel spreadsheet or on a Word doc or something where you can move it around. But even if you have just a basic pad of paper like this, that's fine too. And put it in priority order, if you will. And then get that done by a week from today, and then take it and print it out or keep it on your desktop. And if you print it out, put it on your refrigerator, your bulletin board, your mirror, wherever it's handy. You might even put it near your computer or something. But it'll make such a big difference. Why did I come up with this exercise? Because one day I was lamenting some of the places I hadn't gone to. I've never been to Rome. I haven't been to Paris. I'm thinking, and I started thinking about these things I hadn't done. I thought, what is wrong with you? You're the gratitude guy. I thought you're focusing on what you have versus what you don't have. Why are you thinking about that? So I made this list and I started going through it and I went, oh my goodness, I have done so many things. And then I prioritized it. And number one for me was the birth of the youngest son. Number two is my second child. Number three, I spoke to 10,000 soldiers at Joint Base Lewis McChord. I learned how to fly, flew my own airplane. I was a hydroplane champion. I started going through these things, bungee jumping, skydiving. And I thought, man, you've done a lot. So whenever you're going down the path of woe is me, and let me tell you, there's been a lot of that in the last year or so, and understandably, but I'll tell you, we can choose to be happy or sad. As I said earlier, it is a choice. You do that list and you keep it handy. Again, you're having a tough day. You look at that and it'll really, really help you. So, okay, next subject, gratitude journal. So I'm very big on gratitude journals. This is one of my journals I have. It's called the Brooker's Daily Gratitude Journal. I highly recommend getting this. You can get it on Amazon if you want, but I also, if you want to get a spiral notebook, I'm fine with that. But more and more people have heard of a gratitude journal, and it's so very, very helpful. And it's also very important that you write in it. There's a little saying right in the upper left-hand corner of this journal. It's pretty small, and it says, if you think about it, it's like a dream. If you talk about it, it inspires you. But if you write about it, it empowers you. That's how powerful writing is. If I take my pen out in that journal, I'm so grateful to Joe for inviting me to speak to the Rotary Conference today and so forth. It plants it in your brain. And as you get older, I've already passed 70. And I'll tell you, as you get older, the memory gets challenged. And the more you can do to plant good memories in there, or do the crossword puzzles or all the things, keep that brain sharp. Writing it does exactly that. So let me just tell you briefly how it's laid out. There's a little saying here that says gratitude today, because this is going to be your gratitude for today, and this is your gratitude tomorrow on the right hand side. But it says day and date, Saturday, April 17th. Then there's a number for, it says here, for your daily number. I'll get to that in a second. There's 2 lines for your daily current events or special occasions, so you don't have to have a diary. You can write kind of what's going on. I put on mine, Indiana conference today and so forth. 5 or 6 lines for what you're grateful for. There's a couple of lines for the highlight of your day, which I'll get to in a second. And then, as I said, the right-hand side is what your intentions are to be grateful for tomorrow, which I will get into later. So here's what we're going to do, and just do a little gratitude. I know you don't have a gratitude journal handy, at least you might, but probably most of you don't. So we're going to do a little experiment. So back to your pad of paper. We're going to get some of the impact of gratitude here. Here's what I want you to do. And this is one of these exercises where typically on Zoom, you're by yourself anyway, but this is kind of a personal exercise. I want you to assess your daily number at this very moment. What is the daily number? 1 to 10. If you're a 10, it's one of the best days of your life. If you're a 1, it's one of the worst days of your life. So I want you, and you're not going to share this with anybody. So that's why it's important that you're on your own. So write down your daily number. And it could be a half, it could be 7.5, it could be 8.5, it could be you're having a tough day, you're a 5, whatever it is, whatever that number is, write that number down and then put a circle around it. All right, and as soon as you got that, it's kind of taking your temperature there. Then I want you to put down, you're going to write 4 things, numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. So put 1, 2, 3, 4 down right below that daily number. All right. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds for this first one. For numbers 1, 2, and 3, I want you to write down the number 1 thing you're grateful for, if you could only pick one thing, and then the number 2 thing and the number 3 thing, whatever those are that you're most grateful for in your life. You could only write 1, only 2, only 3. Write those down on 1, 2, 3. All right. And hopefully you've got that down. I always try to gauge how long it takes people to figure out the average, what would be for them to write that down, to think about it. Number 4, you're going to put, this might take a few moments, so I'll give you 15, 20 seconds on this. What was the highlight of your day yesterday? What was the best thing that happened to you yesterday? Write that down at number 4. Okay, hopefully most everybody has it. So like the earlier exercise, here's what I want you to do. It took you 30 seconds, a minute or two to write down those 3 grateful things plus the highlight of your day. It should take you about 10 seconds to reread what you just wrote. So I want you to very carefully read number 1, number 2, number 3, and the highlight of your day. And after you've reread those 4 things, I want you to write another daily number below them. Could be the same number or it could have changed, but read 1, 2, 3, and then the highlight of your day, and then write another gratitude, or excuse me, another daily number right below number 4 and put a circle around it. Okay, and with the famous or infamous high five to the screen, how many people's number from the top to the bottom went up? If your number went up, give me a high five to the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Let me check some other screens here. Keep those high fives up there. Gosh, this Rotary's out of control. You guys are so good. Look at all these high fives. There's only one thing I can say about that.
That was easy.
Yes, it was easy, because that's all that'll do. Something like that. That's how fast a gratitude attitude can impact you in a gratitude journal. Now, mind you, that was about a 1-minute exercise. I scrolled through. There's like, I've got 7 screens here. So that's about 175 people, 150, something like that. I scrolled through as fast as I could. I'd say easily half the people's number went up. People's number went up. So the question is, if that can impact you that much in just 30 to 60 seconds, what is 5 minutes going to do for you? Because that's how long it takes to write in a gratitude journal, is 5 minutes. And so very, very good thing. So I like to kind of text my, or sort of take the temperature of my audience. So take this number down, if you would, 206-371-8309, 206-371-8309. That is my text phone number. I would love you to text me and tell me the number 1 thing you are grateful for. What was at the top of your list? Or you could put a couple of things, but I really like to get the flavor and take the temperature and kind of poll the audience. So 206-371-8309, the number one thing you're grateful for. And as you're doing that, I will tell you, it's interesting to me because I tell people all the time, this gratitude journal can change your life and it can impact you in such a way. And especially after the last year and a half we've had, it's even more powerful. And it says on here, the Brooker's Daily Gratitude Journal. Now I'm that gratitude guy, but the Brooker was the nickname my fraternity brothers gave me when I was at college. And they'd always call me, I need a dose of the Brooker. I need some inspiration. I need some motivation. So I would give them inspiration. You're always so inspiring. You always tell me about the glass half full. So then once I became the gratitude guy and changed things and started doing all these things, now they call me and I go, hold on a second. They go, I want your, I'm gonna grab my phone. They go, I want your inspiration or your motivation here. And I said, let me ask you something before we go any further. Have you written in your gratitude journal yet? And they go, no. Bam. I just hang up on them. And I just hit the off button and they call back like 20 seconds later. I think we got cut off. They go, no, we didn't. I hung up on you. I've told you, write in your gratitude journal. I will be your training wheels, but I'm not going to pedal your bike. You know, I think the good Lord gives us a toolkit, but you got to build the house. I mean, you got to take some responsibility here for crying out loud. So it makes such a big difference. But I'm so, as if you can't tell, I'm so passionate about not only gratitude, but a gratitude journal. And it's interesting when I'm in person, I booked a couple of new talks yesterday in Las Vegas and in Pensacola. So I'm looking forward to getting back out in front of people again and so forth. But I've got my book table after it's over and people come up and they buy the journals. Can I buy some for my sons or daughters or what have you and my friends? And so it's very rewarding. One day the guy comes up, he sees my personal journal. Of course, I write in my own. You can see, here's my entry for today. And he says, can I look through it? And I said, sure. And so he kind of goes through it and he's kind of looking through it and he goes, wow, you write in this every day. And did you even hear the talk? Were you in the hall when I was doing my presentation? No, I just write occasionally because I only want to feel good occasionally. Of course I write every single day. I tell you, it's so important, but you have to pedal your own bike. Again, I can be the training wheels and so forth. And my gratitude tip around the gratitude journal is it takes 5 minutes. As I mentioned, if you say, well, Dave, that's super. I don't have 5 minutes. Well, okay, then let me ask you this. Can you just spare writing one word a day that you're grateful for? Can you write 2 or 3 words a day? Can you start with a sentence? Start something and do it for a week. And I'll tell you, you will see a difference. And then you'll be a lot more inspired to continue to want to write in that journal. I time it all the time. It's 5, maybe 6 minutes, but it doesn't take very long. So, all right, a couple more things and I'll wrap up in about 5 or 10 minutes. I want to tell you about something I mentioned earlier. The relationship you have with yourself is so important. I maintain this is the sequence I see life going, especially at 71 years old, as I've watched my life go by. Find yourself, find your talent, find your passion, find your purpose. So the relationship you have with yourself, a gratitude attitude or an attitude of gratitude, a gratitude journal, really looking at that card, a couple of those things that you wrote down today, every day will remind you to really reinforce that relationship you have with yourself. That's next. I don't care how old you are. I started this 9 years ago when I was 62. I'm now 71. I'm going to do this into my 80s or 90s. It's my journey. I've decided, but find your talent. If you're 125 pounds and 5'2", you're probably not going to be a quarterback in the NFL. Maybe consider going to the racetrack and becoming a jockey. So figure out what it is. Make your strengths productive. Make your weaknesses irrelevant. One more time, make your strengths productive, make your weaknesses irrelevant. Don't worry about what you can't do well. Think about what you can work on and focus on that and make that strong. Number 3, find your passion. I have clearly found my passion. Well, what if you have, regardless of your age, not found your passion? Well, let me ask you this. What did you want to be when you grew up? What would you do for money? If you didn't have any money, you got paid. You do it for free, in other words. Is there one of those things you think, I never got a chance to do this, or I always told people I was going to do that? So important. And it was about 9-7 years ago, I was running a Lowe's home improvement store, and I thought, I've been talking about being a speaker since I was 19. And now I was 62 at the time. I come home from Lowe's, and Connor, my 17-year-old son, my sons were 4 and 14 when my wife passed away. And I raised them on my own. And he says, what are you doing home? It's 2 p.m. I said, I quit. And he goes, you quit your job? And I went, yeah. And he goes, you quit working at Lowe's? And I went, yeah. You quit being a store manager? I said, yeah. And he goes, well, what are you going to do now? And I said, I'm going to be a speaker. And so he looks up from the couch. He looks at me and he goes, well, that's just super, Dad. That wasn't quite the reaction I was expecting, Connor. And he says, I have a question for you. What are we going to do for food? I told him, trust me, it's going to work out. I know it'll happen. I know it'll happen. And it did. It's taken a while, but I'm very passionate about it. So if you have a great relationship with yourself, if you find out what your passion is, if you really, really figure out your talent and then your passion, you're probably going to find out your purpose. My purpose has been to raise these two sons after their mother died, and then to spread this word of gratitude and get it to as many people as I can to show you what it can do for you. I had a friend of mine one day, he writes on a piece of paper, David Brooke, $1 million. Michael Hartzell was his name. And he hands me the check and he says, we're having coffee at Starbucks. And he says, would you take this check? And I said, sure. He goes, oh, wait a minute, one condition. He says, I'll only give you this check if you stop becoming the gratitude guy today. And I went, no. And he goes, great, you found your passion. And that's so true. So it makes that big of a difference. So really, really, and I'll say it one more time, make your strengths productive, make your weaknesses irrelevant. It's so, so very important. Okay, one last exercise. And this is one I just have to trust that you're going to do the homework on this. And that is, we are Rotarians after all. Please promise me within the next week, you will reach out to 3 different people in your life and ask them how you can support or help them. Everybody's got a different journey. We always have people above and below us. It's like I've had many mentors and I've mentored many people myself. So there's always a people sort of above and below us, if you will. So it's such a great feeling. If you want to help yourself, help other people, it makes such a difference. Service above self. I can't endorse that highly enough. So it makes such a big difference. So I won't be able to check on you on that. So just make sure that you do that. So okay, a couple more minutes or a couple more things before I get into the last thing, which is sharing gratitude. So people ask me all the time, how can I get more gratitude in my life? So what can I do? So one thing you can do is you can go to Amazon. As I mentioned, you can get the Brooker's Daily Gratitude Journal. I've also got a new one under the title of That Gratitude Guy's Gratitude Journal. And you can find those. And that's something to write in every day to really reinforce those thoughts. Another thing is, if you have your smartphones handy, this is what a lot of people like to do. Get your smartphone handy. Every Monday morning, I send out a 1-minute video. I don't know I hope Joe gets it because Joe and I got connected here recently, but it's a 60-second video to start your week out. So if you'd like to get that, go to your text and put in the text number 22828 for the text number. It's 22828 is the number you text to. And in the message box, type in gratitude guy, all one word. Just gratitude guy, all one word in the message box. And the number again, 22828. And then the word gratitude guy, all one word in the message box. You will get that Monday morning minute. I have a lot of people that receive that every month, every week, I should say. I think it's like 5,000 or 6,000 people. People really like it. So it's just a way to kind of kick off the week in a good way. And I have a different subject every week around gratitude. And it's just, again, a great way to just kind of kick things off for the week. All right. Lastly, sharing gratitude. Anytime you find somebody who's really passionate about something that they do, you always find they want to share it with people. And I think if you get really good or really bad news, the first thing you want to do is share it with people. I mean, when you get good news, you want to call and tell somebody. I got a couple of brand new speaking gigs yesterday. I immediately called my son in San Diego and then my son in South Seattle to tell them the great news and what I was doing and so forth. But then if you also have bad news, you also want to share it to get support from people that are in your circle, if you will. So here's what we're going to do. You got those smartphones handy. This is called sharing some gratitude. And I call this the 4 T's: text, tweet, telephone, or tell. And probably everybody's going to text is what I'm guessing. So here's what we're going to do. I want you to think about somebody in your life, and I'll give you 60 seconds to do this. And I want you to text somebody in your life and tell them how grateful you are to have them in your life. And I want you to please use the word grateful in the text. You can pick out whoever it is, simply whatever words you want to use, and let them know. And if you don't have a smartphone, just write a note and you can send the note later today or an email or something like that. But if you have a smartphone, we can do it right now. So text somebody in your life and tell them how grateful you are to have them in your life. And I'll have you do that right now. I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Go. All right, there's 60 seconds. And if you want to send it to somebody else or you need more time, go ahead and do that when you have a moment. I'm going to wrap up here in a second. And I will tell, oh, and then just as a reminder too, that phone number of mine, 206-371-8309. If you didn't get a chance to send me what you're grateful for, please do that. And then for the Monday Morning Minute, 22828, message gratitude guy, and you'll get the Monday Morning Minute. So I will tell you, I love this last exercise because I've seen people, and again, I miss being in person as we all do, but I noticed that people would come up to my book table in the past and they'd show me their phone from their text and they go, look at my text. And so here's somebody who had sent somebody to tell them how grateful they were, right? And he shows me the phone and it says, I'm grateful for you too. What do you want? I'm thinking, goodness gracious, we're trying to spread some gratitude. This isn't about, I need something from you. Another one, he shows me the gratitude or the message in the text and it says, are you sure you sent this to the right person? But I remember once I was in a big performing center, I don't know what you call it, a hall, if you will, and there's all these seats, they go up at an angle. And I was on the stage behind the podium and we were doing this exercise and there's a lady in the first row about 15 feet from me and I could hear her. She was actually using it as a telephone, you know, something we don't do as much anymore, but I could hear her. And she says, hi, honey, I just want to let you know how grateful I am for you. And I'm assuming it was her husband. And I just appreciate you so much. And all the things you've done for me. And I'm just so incredibly grateful for you. And I don't know, some guy just told me to call you and tell you. Please don't do that. It's not about the gratitude guy. It's about you expressing. And she was using the grateful word 2 or 3 times. So very important. So I will tell you, it is such an important concept in my humble opinion as that gratitude guy. I think gratitude and the attitude of gratitude is one of the healthiest coping mechanisms because we all need them. You can have in a world of so many unhealthy coping mechanisms. I lost my wife to a prescription pill overdose. She'd gotten hooked up or got Oxycontin and Vicodin and died at 38 years old. A lot of people are trying to cope with the madness of this last year and a half and life just in general. I think life is like a big roller coaster. I think that for all of us, and I think when we're down in the bottom, it doesn't feel very good. When we're up top, it's fantastic. And then we're going to be back in the bottom again. But when you're in the bottom again, you learn your life lessons probably more than any other time. And everybody wants to be back on top again. Who wouldn't be? But I just beg you to consider using gratitude as a concept and especially a gratitude journal, but it'll help you focus on what you have versus what you don't have. For the last time I mentioned, gratitude turns what you have into enough. It's so incredibly powerful. So I urge you to give it a try. It can change your life. It can transform your life and it can save your life. I feel it did mine and it can yours too. Thank you, Rotarians. What a great audience you were. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the high fives. High five back to all of you.
Thank you, David George Brooke. That was amazing. What a great way to end our joint virtual conference. Joe, come on over here.
Hey. Brooker, great job.
Brooker, great job.
Thank you.
We are grateful for you. And Rotarians, we are really grateful that you are with us today.
Thank you so much.
This has been really fun.
Sure.
And we're going to close out the group portion of the conference here in just a moment. We're going to ring the bell. And then, of course, as we have rolled with it all year, we're going to roll with this next part. We've had a breakout room breakdown, but that's okay. Because what we're going to do is as we speak, creating a separate Zoom link for District 6580. That's my district. If you know me, you're with me. You have to stay in yours.
Okay.
Okay. So in a minute, I am going to create that link. We are going to put it in this chat, and we're also maybe going to email it out to everybody. We're doing this sort of in real time. I'm going to ask all of the District 6580 Rotarians to just take a deep breath, do your very best to find that link and rejoin, because we've done such a good job. We brought back almost everybody after lunch, and I know that you all can get into our district breakout room. So we'll take 5 minutes to get that going. District 6580, I'll see you in about 5. Check the chat, check your email so that we can get you a link. It's going to take us a moment. Joe, any final thoughts?
I'm impressed with what we've done today. It's been an outstanding 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Dynamic speaking. You've really gone over the top. So I appreciate everyone being present and look forward to talking to our district in about 5 minutes. We'll have a small break.
And let's ring the bell one more time because that's really fun. Oh my gosh. It's a small room. All right. District 6580, I know you're with me. I'm going to see you in a different room in 5 minutes.
I trust you've all have an eye or two of takeaways from our conference today. We've attempted to provide speakers with real-time issues to assist our daily lives. Rotary continues to support our clubs, which are the backbone of the organization, and through our relationships, we solve those issues which are of utmost importance. We have several district leaders here today who would like to share with us the work that's being done in the district. While stagnant in face-to-face gatherings, we are moving forward as we must. If you would, please welcome Avon Rotarian Speech Contest Chair, Pam Lyons. Pam?
Okay, first of all, just a heads up, when you call your district governor and push him to get a program going, you're probably going to be put in charge of that program. That's what happened when I reached out to Joe several months ago and said, please don't let another year go by without having our annual speech contest. And so thank you, Joe, for supporting our efforts and for encouraging clubs to participate. We did have 7 clubs step up and engage in our first ever district virtual speech contest. In addition to the top 3 winning clubs, Zionsville, Danville, Anderson, and Frankfurt entered very talented student speakers in the competition. I recruited 3 judges who had experience in high school competition and in fact had competed in Rotary competitions back in their high school years. Kelly Gant was one of those judges, and she just happens to be the youth service chair of Rotary of Evergreen, Colorado. So we had a Rotarian on the judging panel. And then there was Rachel Rush, who is an IT specialist in Rockville, Maryland. And finally, Chad Sinclair, who is a legal assistant in San Francisco, California. So we had judges all over the United States. And they wanted me to share with all of you how appreciative they were to hear the passion and thoughts of these students on very inspiring and interesting topics. So now, for our top 3 winners, first, 3rd place went to the Greencastle Club representative, who won $500, and she is a junior at Greencastle High School, Maisha Rashid. 2nd place went to the Avon Club entry, a sophomore at Avon High School, Zanab Saeed, and she was awarded $750. And now, here is the recording of our 1st place winner of $1,000 from the Rotary Club of Indy, Westfield High School junior, Sabrina Richard.
Every kid should be handed a knife, a very sharp knife. Every kid should learn how to cook. A personal favorite quote from the late Julia Child: "No one is born a great cook. One learns by doing." No one is born a great mathematician. No one is born a great artist. No one is born great. One learns by doing, and school is the best place to learn. There are 4 main points as to why every kid should cook. As an appetizer, students can improve their management skills. For a salad course, they can utilize independence. As an entree, they can add to their educational career. And finally, for dessert, students can apply a better understanding of culture. Imagine, what could a student do if they could cook? First thing students can sharpen up on is their management skills, which includes time management, money management, and diet management. With evidence found in part to the Child Development Institution, students who cook have better management than those who don't. Cooking helps students with time management by supervising the length of a recipe. Even if students aren't going into a professional career, they can still practice. Dinner's at 6 o'clock, recipe takes 20 minutes, start at 5:40. Cooking indirectly helps with money management and conscious spending. In a case study, consumers were given a budget to buy food. Those who cooked frequently saved more money than those who didn't. Another part of management that is encouraged by cooking is diet management. Recent statistics put 1 of every 6 children with having obesities. But by making every part and see what goes into the food we eat, a person is brought to reality of how eating affects their body. I'm not practicing management skills in the average English class or math class, but in the kitchen, I'm constantly using management and applying it in a real life setting. A lacking feature in recent generations is independence. Millennials, a generation that saw home ec get cut from their schools, have a trend of going back to their parents after college. I saw this firsthand after going on several campus tours. What universities considered a full dorm kitchen is only a counter space, a sink, a mini fridge, and a microwave. Not a whole lot going on there. When asked why there were no stoves, the response, freshmen can't cook and they'll burn the place down. Incoming freshmen likely haven't taken home ec or cooking classes, and they have to rely solely on the school's meal plan. I was out shopping when I found a book. Recipes every college student should know, and the front of it looks like a pack of ramen. In this advanced cookbook made for 18 to 22-year-olds, it includes recipes like how to brew a pot of coffee, how to boil water. This speaks to a larger issue and one that Bullitt Central High School, based in Kentucky, is combating. They took the feedback from 3 recent graduating classes, and overwhelmingly, their alumni said, I don't know how to adult. So the school blocked off a week of classes just before winter break, and they taught their students just that. This included things like how to change a tire, how to balance a checkbook, how to register to vote, and cooking. The students appreciated the classes because they were able to practice and utilize independence that would apply outside of school. This is something you can't put in a textbook. This is something that can be practiced and wielded in life. Independence and management are necessities for a person's future, but there is little regard to what we will and what we can do beyond high school and college. Eating, and in correlation cooking, are kinda needed to survive, but we're never taught it like we're taught science or social studies. What if we started teaching at a younger age? This brings me to my next point. Pursuing cooking at a young age has many educational benefits. According to extensions.org, an organization dedicated to adding job orientation programs to schools, students who cook have better memorization, especially in math. In the elementary level, the focus is on basic math, like telling time, temperature, fractions, conversions, and introductions to new foods would prevent picky eating. Middle schoolers could advance compared to elementary focus and apply problem solving and life skills in a real life setting. Huffington Post brings up a point about students who have read through recipes and worked through them have an easier time with word-oriented assignments. High schoolers could apply budgeting along with their knowledge of health, calorie counting, and portion control. This real-world application would help prepare students for life beyond the classroom. Finally, culture. It is always interesting to see what makes a menu, and this includes things like religion, geography, and socioeconomics. In a quote, Giada De Laurentiis says, food brings people together on so many levels. It is nourishment of the soul and body. It is truly love. Food allows insight into a daily life we would otherwise not comprehend. We can understand and relate to a culture by eating with them. Many times religion, geography, and socioeconomic reasons dictate a menu. For example, practicing Jews are discouraged from eating pork and shellfish, and strict Jews, known as Orthodox Jews, keep kosher, meaning that they do not eat meat and dairy in the same meal. Learning about this religion and being culturally sensitive when menu planning is important. Geography also often dictates an area's resources, and certain foods would appear in local menus. Italy benefits from biodiversity. When you think of Italian food, you can't help but think of tomatoes, olives, grapes, wheat for pasta, cheese, maybe hazelnuts, and of course seafood. All of this is because of their prime location on the Mediterranean Sea. At home, you don't find local lobster in central Indiana, but if I go to Boston, it's the first thing I'm ordering. Biodiversity also brings up a discussion about climate, ecology, and even my next part, economics. If we take French fruit, and break it down into its basic form. All of it is either cheap cuts of meat heavily flavored with herbs and wine and stewed for several hours, or baked, chopped up vegetables. I just described boeuf bourguignon and ratatouille. These are dishes we consider high class and divine. We would only order them on a special occasion. But historically, it was the peasant population that created and survived off of them. Learning and understanding these elements of religion, geography, and economics may encourage students who want to experience and explore beyond the classroom. Maybe a kid will cut their finger. Maybe a kid will get burned in a hot pan. And maybe a kid gets tackled on a football field, and maybe a kid gets hit by a pitch. Or maybe a student will benefit from practicing management and independence. Maybe they'll have an improved educational career and cultural understanding. Maybe if schools required home ec and cooking classes, just as schools require PE and art, students will be better prepared for life beyond graduation. Maybe if a kid is handed a knife, a very sharp knife, maybe they'll fall in love with cooking. Maybe they'll be really good at it. And maybe, just maybe, they'll end up on the Food Network. Just like me. Thank you.
Here with you and your committee. I very much appreciate you following through, and you've done a wonderful job, and you've had some great judges. We're going to move on. Next speaker is a young man that is chairing our membership program this year, who's doing strategic planning. He's doing follow-up planning. He's just done a great job kicking us off the last couple of years. Bruce Watson, would you mind taking over and giving us a few pointers?
Unmute yourself, Bruce.
Okay, let me start over again. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So as Joe said, my name is Bruce Watson, and I'm the district membership chair for District 6560. Many of you know me from membership strategy workshops that I've conducted in clubs around the district in the last couple of years. For those of you who have not met, as things are opening up, I look much looking forward to conducting live membership strategy workshops and catching up with the rest of the clubs in the district that have not received that program yet. Membership growth, as you know, was the focus of RI President Mark Maloney in 2018-19 with the theme of Grow Rotary. And this year, President Holger Knack, even though that wasn't his theme, it was a strong focus. Membership is a strong focus of his as well this year. The incoming president, RI President Shikhar Mehta, was also going to be making this a focal point of his term with his theme of each one, bring one. If we can accomplish his objective, we could double the size of Rotary. So we want to focus on membership again this year. Rotary's been losing members for the last 20 years. And in recent years, the US has lost a significantly greater percentage of those members than anywhere in the world. So it's critical that we turn this trend around. But we should be proud this year that in spite of COVID-19, District 6560 is the only district in Zone 30 that has achieved positive growth. This is a result of membership strategy workshops that have been conducted and clubs that have been pursuing membership using the strategies that were selected in those workshops, and with the formation of 3 new satellite clubs. And we want to thank Jeff Lake for heading up that effort. And actually there have been, if we count the prior year, there have been 4 of those satellite clubs that have been formed in the past 4 years, or past couple of years. Zones 30 and 31 together developed this membership workshop and it focuses both on attracting new members and on retaining existing members. The workshop provides the opportunities for club members to select 3 strategies from each of 2 lists of 12 strategies for the 2 different areas of focus. And from the strategies selected, the club members then agree on one strategy for attraction and one strategy for engagement. And once the strategies are agreed upon by the club members, the club then develops an action plan for each of those strategies, and they set a goal in each area of focus. And by engaging the entire club in the process, the 2 action plans become the membership focus for the next year or the upcoming year. These membership strategy workshops have been extremely well received by the clubs that have participated in them. They take a good 45 minutes or more, so it becomes the entire meeting with the exception of some very brief opening exercises that you would normally open your club meeting with. But it really requires the majority of that hour. So when I'll be contacting many of the clubs that have not received that program prior, and in the very near future, we'll try to set up dates to conduct a membership strategy program with you, and hopefully it will help you turn your focus on membership and help perhaps turn some of the losses that you may have incurred here in the last couple of years around. So I look forward to meeting many of you that I have not met in the recent past, and moving our membership goals forward in the upcoming year. Thank you very much. Look forward to meeting you. Thank you, Joe.
Bruce, thank you very much. I appreciate the update, and you're doing a great job, and truly I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce an Indianapolis Rotarian who's leading up the new club extension. Bruce mentioned him. They've been very active. Things are happening outside the realm of our 20-member plus club in the world of satellite clubs. So Jeff Lake, if you wouldn't mind, bring it on.
Sure. Thank you, District Governor Joe. In the conference of positivity, I want to give you 2 more positive things. These are both win-wins. The first win-win is our satellite clubs. It only takes 8 members, 8 people to start a satellite club. The win-win is that it's good for the club. It adds members to the host club because now they have a secondary club or an extension club that they can work with, do projects with, do grants with, special events, etc. So it truly is a win-win in all the cases we've seen. In addition to, as I mentioned in a minute, a lot of different things have happened with these clubs in terms of the kinds of people and different nationalities that have gotten involved with these clubs. So the satellite clubs are really a way to grow Rotary, and proven by what Bruce mentioned earlier. Our district was the only one with net growth, and a lot of that had to do with satellite clubs. So I don't have a lot of time, so I'll make it quick. Satellite clubs, not that hard to start. Takes 8 people. You need a champion for the satellite club, and you need full support of the host club. You know, once you have that, everything is on My Rotary. All the forms and everything you need to get started is on My Rotary. And Jennifer, I think, is going to put my contact information in the chat area, or a lot of you know how to get a hold of me anyway. So anything I can do to help any of you with satellite clubs, I'd be happy to do it. So real quickly, here's how it happened. Southport started a club around a core group, and these are the Chins. They're refugees and immigrants from Myanmar. And that was about 1.5 years ago. They grew to 21 members, and now they're a full-blown club. We have a club in the Northeast, and their core group was educators. Lafayette Daybreak had a different approach. They had one or two people that weren't necessarily happy with the day and time they were meeting, and they knew people who had left that also would want to meet at a different time. So they created the Greater Lafayette Satellite Club. And last but not least, we realized on the west side of Indianapolis, we have a gap. There used to be a club at Speedway many, many years ago. And so we looked at the west side and we talked to some people, and all of a sudden we have a member in our club who happens to be from Zimbabwe who lives on the west side, in the exact area we wanted to work with, because there's an international zone over in that area where he works, where there are 50 and 60 different ethnic groups. So the three countries that are going to be involved here in this club as a core group on the new one are Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Malawi. So what we really like about this is we're creating clubs, satellite clubs, and hopefully full-blown clubs at some point that are more international, because we are Rotary International. So that's a quick update on satellite clubs. And one more thing we're looking at, and I kind of changed the title, Joe, a little bit. Took liberty. I like to call it the district chair for the creation of new clubs. But anyway, so what we're doing is we're considering starting county-wide, community-based Rotaract clubs. In other words, Marion County has 6 clubs. Certainly we can find a way to put together a community-based Rotaract club in Marion County, ages 18 to 30. Hamilton County, Hendricks County, there are many counties that could do this. And so that's our second big goal for next year, is to try to create some county-wide Rotaract clubs. And I do want to thank Bruce for his help with me. And I think David Strand's on the call. David has helped me this year with satellite clubs, and he's also going to help me next year. And again, if anyone wants help in getting started, just contact me, please. Thank you.
Well, Jeff, thank you for all the efforts you're putting into this. People need to realize this is not a part-time job. He's full-time at this, and if anyone that has some interest in forming a satellite club or knows of others in the community, be sure and contact Jeff. He'd be more than willing to help you. Next on the agenda is Karma Rotarian in District Foundation Chair the past 6 years, Salim Najjar.
Thank you, Governor. This is my 6th and final year as District Rotary Foundation Chair. As I approach the final year of my tenure as the RFC, I can report that during the past 6 years, our District6560 Rotarians have contributed over $1,700,000 to the annual fund. What this means is that our district received 50% of that amount, or over $850,000 in district designated funds. Our District Rotary Foundation team divided the $850,000 in half, awarding $425,000 to district grants, and another $425,000 went to support global grants. The district grants benefited many district clubs, among them many clubs which every year had made 2 or 3 applications, and most of them were approved. District grants of over 160 over the past 6 years are too numerous to list, but here's a sample. Food pantries, COVID relief, education programs, ramps for handicap, high school scholarships, healthy trails, public art, mental health, pediatric care clinic, shoes for students, women's shelter, wellness program, child's car seats, Habitat for Humanity, and the list goes on and on. On the global grants side, we match contributions to many global grants, too many to list, but among them, several heart-to-heart projects and wheelchairs to Mexico, Gift of Life Heart Surgery's vocational training team to Uganda, Jordan, and Lebanon, Water is Life, and more recently, a refugee camp in Uganda, among worthy humanitarian projects. So when we get to contribute to the annual fund of the Rotary Foundation, half of it comes back to support our local district grants and favorite global grants. You may ask, what happens to the half of our contributions that stayed in the World Fund of the Rotary Foundation? That amount, of course, was used to match our district and club contributions to global grants. So you see how every dollar we contribute is used to benefit a humanitarian project somewhere in the world. And when that happens, thousands of people whom you will never meet and who will never know you would still be thankful to you for improving their lives through your contributions to the Rotary Foundation. Here's the sad part. While many clubs are among the leaders in our district in terms of contributions to the foundation, more than half of our district members do not contribute a dime to the foundation, which is very sad. So my fellow Rotarians, chances are that if you are attending this virtual district conference, you are one of those Rotarians who contribute to the Rotary Foundation. And on behalf of the foundation, I want to thank you. However, when you are sharing your views with fellow Rotarians, impress on them the value of their contribution and how much it improves the lives of countless others. I can't wrap up here without paying tribute to my buddy, Steve Leonard, who chaired the district grant committee for those 6 years and who did a whale of a job. I thank you very much. I will close by showing my appreciation to the 6 governors that I worked with, starting with Mark Blade, Katie Smardo, Bryce Adam, Dale Basham, Chuck Shumate, and Joe Collings. Thank you all very much. Back to you, Joe.
Salim, thank you for the many years of service. Of course, you've done a wonderful job, and I'm always impressed when you provide the detail for us. Steve Leonard, the same way. Steve's done an outstanding job. He put the grants program together, our DDF program, and we're going to miss you. So again, thank you very much. Next on the agenda is a Zionsville Rotarian, a young man that's going to follow up with some discussion on how this affects our annual fund. And it's a direct impact of our Paul Harris Society. Rotarian Bing Pratt. Need to unmute.
Got it. Hi, I'm Bing Pratt. When I registered today, I didn't put my name in, so I finally put a name tag on here. Now it's backwards. But hi, I'm the Paul Harris Society Chair. And as you, I'm sure know, that's the people that give $1,000 a year to the Rotary International Foundation. And I'm happy to report that we're up in the numbers that we have. We've had 8 new members this year that have never given before. And we had 68 re-up. So we have a total of 74 members that give at least $1,000, and several give more than that. And yesterday I was talking to my guy that does our boats up at Wallowa Sea, and he's heard of me talking about Rotary on occasion. So he said he will, even though he's not a Rotarian, he will make a $1,000 donation to our fund. So happy to report to that. There are about 28,000 Paul Harris Society members in the world, and we have a good number. What I'm doing right now is going through the whole list of everybody that has given the last 2 years, and then the ones before that, and I'm calling them personally. I think it's better to make a phone call and send a letter. I did that 1 year, and I got trouble with my arm. So anyway, and people with the COVID, people are really happy to have a phone call come to them and talk for a while. I've spent a lot of time, and it's fun, and get reacquainted with people. So that's my message. We're done well. We're ahead. 74 members that either this year have already given or have given last year, and a lot of those give monthly. So I expect those are going to move from one column to the other. So thank you for all you've done.
Bing, thank you. And I won't hold being a TPA alumnus against you, I promise. I'm going to move next to our youth exchange program. We have had a really rough year We've not had a lot of participation last couple of years, but this year it was canceled. And I would like for our youth exchange inbound coordinator, Joan McKinney, out of the club in Lafayette, excuse me, Joan, I apologize, to talk about the youth exchange program. Joanne?
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me start with a quiz for all of you. What do a veterinarian in Turkey, a staff assistant to Germany's Green Party representative in the EU, and a pediatrician in Mexico have in common? I'll tell you. Each one of these were Rotary Youth Exchange students in Central Indiana. In fact, all three of them stayed at my house at one time or another. So I'm telling you, Rotary Youth Exchange runs deep in our family and in my heart. Each of these students came to Indiana. They learned about our country and culture. They learned a language, especially the all-important differences between soda and pop. They learned that when we say, and no problem, in Indiana, we mean you're welcome. So they learned all kinds of nuances about our culture and about us while they were here. But what they really learned was a lot of independence. At the same time we accepted these inbound students, we also had outbound students. We sent our own Hoosiers to be ambassadors for us in small places and in large, representing their families, their schools, their culture, and the folks in Indiana, as well as Rotary. We were lucky to have all these kids, both sides. They bravely left their home schools, their home cities, and their families to spend a year in a Rotarian's home with Rotarians around the world, people they'd never met before. They bravely took that first step forward with their families. And I've always been very proud of all those kids. It's amazing to me. I don't want this program to die. We're kind of in hibernation right now, as you can imagine. This is a program of the US State Department, and we are subject to their rules. Obviously, with COVID-19, there are no folks having exchanges right now. Certainly through Rotary, there's too much risk involved. However, I think it's incredibly important that we keep an eye focused on the future. What are we going to do when this is over? And I will tell you that the work starts now. We need to start now preparing for 22-23 school year. And what that means, it starts with a club commitment. I would love to see more than 3 or 4 clubs this coming year commit to hosting students. It doesn't take a lot of effort, and we have a lot of infrastructure in place to help you. But it takes, first of all, a club president's commitment, getting on the schedule, putting something in your budget to be able to help with that. And we can give you all the details. And then finding schools and host families to be able to host. When our schools open back up here in Indiana, we will have a chance to open up this program again. We are geared toward and looking for 22-23 school year. So we need to start now. This fall, the work will begin in earnest as we start interviewing students to go outbound and to take the message of Rotary out to the world. When you look at the #1 goals of Rotary and you look at one of the top 7 things, it's peace and conflict, prevention and resolution. And I think this is such an important thing. And this program is one of those. Every time I hear about something going on in Turkey, I worry about my former son, my exchange student son, and I worry about him having to join the Turkish army soon and having to be a part of that. I can't imagine ever going to war or wanting to go to war against Turkey. The same thing with my Spanish son and my Mexican daughter and my German daughter. I think about all these things and how we've connected and how we will stay a part of each other's lives. I'm sure when the time comes, I'll be invited to weddings, fingers crossed, and be a part of those extensions of the family. And I just encourage, I go back to what Jeff Lake said a few minutes ago, a big part of what we do in Rotary is international and international peace. And I encourage all of you to really consider how your clubs can get involved in youth exchange and this very important program of bringing the world to Indiana and sending our ambassadors out to the world. So we look forward to it. Hopefully that we can get the ball rolling again and that the patience of the last 2 years doesn't let us lose the momentum that we've had leading up to this. So I appreciate all your help. Dan Laird is our district chair and I'm filling in for him today. And I appreciate all that you do and I know he does too. And we can tell you lots more about it when you're ready. So thank you very much. And here you go.
That was easy.
Thank you, Joanne. We're still having technical issues here. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. And Joanne is from Muncie, not Lafayette. Bryce, you are next up. I'm so looking forward to seeing you again in person, but let us know what you had prepared for our district conference breakout session.
Hello, everyone. I am Bryce Adam and past district governor from the Noblesville Midday Rotary Club. Thank you for putting this on today, Joe and Jennifer. I understand you're doing a great job. The technical challenges are the constant these days, but the selection of district governor nominee designate is a process that must be completed 2 years prior to the date that the district governor nominee designate takes office, and may start no sooner than 3 years prior to that date. A fundamental principle of Rotary is that the best qualified candidate shall be selected for service in all elected offices. And District 6560 is pleased to announce that our district governor nomination for the 2023-24 year is Miss Jennifer Stanfield, member of the Crawfordsville Rotary Club. And we also had the opportunity to select past district governor Katie Smarto to serve as our 2021-2022 District 6560 vice governor, where she will help District Governor-elect Ray Cramp serve to change lives. The vice governor's responsibility is to replace District Governor Ray in case of temporary or permanent inability to perform district governor duties. The District 6560 nomination committee will be led by past district governor Dale Basham for our next year. And it was a pleasure to serve as the nominating chairman and to be on the committee as a past governor. So there were no challenges, and I would submit that these two positions be certified by the business today. Thank you.
Bryce, thank you for the report. We have no opposition, so we have a unanimous ballot. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I was kicked off Zoom just now, so we're struggling on this end. Ray Cramp, former Rotarian, the district governor-elect. Why don't you give us a few words of wisdom?
Thank you, Joe. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. Our incoming Rotary International President, Shaker Mehta, encouraged us to think big and do big. He's also challenged each district governor-elect to be a change maker governor and to think about how Rotary will look in the future. If everyone can see my screen or not, but if not. So what does this mean to me? Emerging from the pandemic, we're perfectly poised to look at Rotary differently. We have been in a cocoon for over a year, working from home, homeschooling our children, ordering our groceries online, and so much more. Life has been very different for all of us and is changing by the day. But now we are ready to evolve and emerge from that cocoon and become that beautiful monarch butterfly that Jennifer Jones mentioned this morning, accepting our new, ever-changing world. I invite you to come on a journey with me and watch as the greatest volunteer organization in the world transforms and spreads its wings into the future. Are you with me to embrace change? I want to take a moment to share with you some goals for next year. If you can see my screen, Bruce earlier mentioned our membership goals. The theme next year is each one bring one. So we're asking every Rotarian to bring one new member to Rotary. The emerging clubs, Jeff mentioned, talked about that. We're also looking at cause-based clubs and e-clubs. The foundation, we're asking everyone to think big and give from your heart.
7 minutes.
Shaker has also asked us to have a Rotary Day of Service, in which we're going to pull Rotary clubs and community members together to work on relevant projects in our communities. There'll be more about that to come. World Polio Day. In October of this year, I'm challenging every club in our district to do something to commemorate this important day and raise much needed funds for Polio Plus. Empowering girls. Another one of Shaker's initiatives is to empower girls to help them overcome the barriers for them to succeed and fulfill their dreams. I am working with DGEs within Zone 30 on an Empower Girls project that will focus on teaching girls about sex trafficking and ways to recognize it. And if you're interested in getting involved with that, please let me know. These next items on the list, conflict resolution, training, peace symposium, and diversity. When I went through my DG interview 2 years ago, two of my goals at that time was diversity and peace and conflict. Little did we all know how important and how of a priority that is today. So what I'm going to be conducting this year is some conflict resolution training to give us tools in how to deal with conflict. And we're also going to hold the first district's peace symposium in January. And lastly, diversity, equity, and inclusion. You heard a great presentation today from Dr. Jenkins. This is a very important and a high priority goal of Rotary next year. I have developed and working on a diversity, equity, and inclusion task force, which I'm thankful for past District Governor Dale Basham and our soon-to-be District Governor-elect Mickey McAllen, who will be leading that initiative. We're not a pilot program, but we're one of the first districts in the country to start this task force at the district level, and we'll be working closely with RI as this rolls out. Finally, you heard from Floyd early this morning. He was point on everything he said about our future, and I couldn't say it any better than how he presented this morning. But finally, I want to let you know I'm honored to serve as your district governor, and I'm here to help you. And our team, the district team, is here to help you and support you and help you to succeed. And I look forward to meeting as many of you next year as I can. So thank you very much, and back to you, Joe.
Ray, thank you. Some great insight, and I look forward to seeing it this upcoming year. Thank you very much. We've got, all have the opportunity from time to time to provide an appreciation for what has happened throughout the year. And I'm going to do the same thing this year and provide a few district awards during the conference. My first award will be the Robert Shoemaker Thomas Branham Award for service to Rotary. This Rotarian has been a steadfast contributor, is present and willing to help in so many ways. For instance, Land O'Lakes Pets, our district mid-year conference. She currently chairs the annual fund and is the assistant governor coordinator. She also is the annual fund chair and Crawfordsville Rotarian district governor nominee elect, Jennifer Stanfield. Jennifer, come in. I've got a little something for you. Please accept this as the gratitude of the district.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now back to the slides.
Second in the award of many is the Robert Shoemaker Thomas Branham Award as well. And this awardee has provided hours of service, club strategic planning, followed up with a 3 to 5 year implementation with his clubs. He regularly works with the new club extension to gain momentum in membership. Please welcome Westfield Rotarian and membership chair, Bruce Watson. Bruce, congratulations. Assistant Governor of the Year. This Assistant Governor has offered his expertise to all of his clubs. He regularly meets not only with the clubs weekly, but has a great record of meeting with his assigned clubs anytime possible. He's a regular contributor to our monthly Assistant Governor Council meetings and is enthusiastically supportive and provides service. Lafayette Daybreak Rotarian Assistant Governor David Strand. David, congratulations. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so much.
Awarding a Distinguished Service Award. This Rotarian has provided years of service to our district. He's provided counsel and understanding. He's served in many different roles within the district, effectively as many different chairs of committees, group study exchange team leader, chairman of our district foundation, 2010, 2011 district governor, and foundation chair this year. My friend Salim Najjar. Salim, congratulations and thank you for your 6 years of service, most recently in the foundation.
Thank you, Joe.
I'd like to award the Rotary Club of the Year Small Division to a Rotary Club that began as a satellite club within our district. In the fall of 2020, this club membership had met the requirements for a full Rotary Club and was presented with its club charter. The past few months, club members have been very active within the community. Most recently, the club is monitoring activity of the military, which overthrown the government in their homeland of Myanmar. Their civil disobedience, again, has been captured by the media recently. I'm going to award this to District6560 newest club, the Rotary Club of Southport International, John Fong Mong, President. I'll be seeing them in the near future with some other endeavors, and I'd like to congratulate them as well. The Rotary Club of the Year Large category. I've observed this club this past year and have been impressed with the organizational structure through. Numerous club activities are run concurrently and are balanced with great participation. Their new club member orientation takes a front seat, providing information to its new members. Their social, civic, and service projects are well organized, well attended, and follow the tenets we all hold so dear. This year's Rotary Club of the Year large category is the Rotary Club of Indianapolis. President Nick Wright. Thank you very much, Nick. The District Rotarian of the Year is an honor we hold near and dear. This category is providing the district with many hours of service, participation in our events, and counsel along the way. This Rotarian has provided those many, many hours of counsel. He's a very active member of a large Rotary club. He was instrumental in the initiation of this satellite club and is a member of its current board of directors. In the fall of 2020, the club's membership grew to allow the application of the Rotary International Charter, that being the Rotary Club of Southport International. Indianapolis Rotarian, Assistant Governor and Chair of our new club extension, Jeff Lake, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
In closing, I trust you have all enjoyed the conference. We've had dynamic speakers, news from a Rotary International Director, and events happening throughout the district. It's an honor serving as your district governor this year, and I look forward to seeing you soon in your fundraising, civic, and social events. Please know I trust you placed in me is so greatly appreciated. I thank you. It's been a pleasure. This ends our conference and our breakout session.
Memorial slide.
If the past district governors would please stay on the call, past district governor Charles Shoemate would like to have a past district governor's council.
The memorials.
Yeah, pardon me. Jennifer mentioned we're going to have a quick memorial service. I apologize for those members in our district who we've lost this past year. Please hold on. What a fitting tribute to end our conference. Chris Harrison, thank you very much for putting this together. Very much appreciated. If no one has anything, I would like the past district governors to stay on. Past district governor Shoemate would like to have a short meeting, and we'll conclude this one. Thank you all.
Great conference.
Well, I did invite you, previous district governors, to bring a stethoscope with you, and I've got one here. I just want to check everybody's heart. And wow, boy, what a big heart for Rotary. Thank you. Thank you for being on today. You did get an agenda, and this is just a big welcome. Thank you for your heart and for your time. I thought we would take a second in terms of a vote because no one has actually been denoted as a chair. I am past district governor, but if you would like for me to lead this meeting, I would invite to that point, and I did to lead the meeting if you want me to.
Go ahead, Shu. You got all the thumbs up.
Fine with me. Okay, all right, thank you. I know this is a little different setting and the like, but we did get an agenda in mind, and Governor Joe, if you want to give just 2 or 3 minutes in light of the year, it's back to you.
Well, Shu, thank you very much. This year started for me with the International Assembly on a very high plane. As you all have experienced, that's probably the high point of our Rotary year as governor. I very much enjoyed it, was enthusiastic coming back to plan my year. And then in the last, really the end of the third quarter in Shu's year, we were hit. He finished with a horrible, horrible setting with his conference canceled. I've had it since, and it's been almost impossible to maintain engagement. I've met as many clubs as I could on fundraising, 531 clubs, any other social or civic activities they have, but I've had to stay away as per Rotary International Directive. We are currently having clubs meeting in person again. I have still not been advised that I am allowed to do so, but it's going to be done without the knowledge of some of the powers that be. And I will start attending some of those club meetings and make formal visits that I haven't been able to make formal visits by Zoom. The year has really been a high point coming to this conference. Jessika and I have been working on this for a couple of months, trying to put people together and timing together. And as we all know, when things happen, you have to roll with the flow as they did today. And I appreciate everyone's understanding. The next 2.5, 3 months will be spent pretty much wrapping up the year, looking at those clubs that are in need, some issues that we have. Jeff Lake has some issues with our Chin community that I'm trying to work on. As you know, the government in Myanmar, military has overthrown the government. Also, the communication capabilities by phone or email for the people within the communities. There's been some disobedience of some of the younger members that 2 weeks ago was made public that they were shot. They were not allowed to have any type of a discourse with anyone. So we've had additional refugees that have fled to Thailand and Northeast India. And I asked the district governor of that particular district and the club president of one of the clubs in the central city of Myanmar how we could help them. And the indication I received, any aid would be acceptable. So I threw it back at the Chin community in Southport and indicated we needed to come up with a method to assist our friends. And they accepted my thought of a shelter box. since these refugees are fleeing, they don't have a home, they don't have shelter, they don't have the ability to have clean water. I contacted the shelter box people, and what they need is a certification of a need of aid from the Indian government and the Thailand government, and then they will proceed. But the Chins have already raised $42,000 of their own, and it would be something that we could get behind and provide at least a temporary living condition for those refugees that have had to flee. I'm excited about what's in the works with our satellite clubs. We have 4 now that will be forming, 3 currently and 1 additional. They're in Lafayette Square. I'm just real pleased with the help and the assistance I've had and the motivation that they put into their programs from all of our chairmen of our different categories. So I thank you for the year allowing me to do this. It has been difficult at best, but we're getting through it, and we're going to surface and be better because of it, as I addressed earlier today. So, Shu, thank you very much for allowing me to make a couple of comments.
Well, thank you, Governor Joe. Any comments from any of you governors in regard to this year? We've had quite a few hours with some excellent speakers that were challenging and wow, just really beautiful setup, Joe, for the day. And it was very worthy. I think I counted about 176 people that were listed on the call for the Zoom today. So thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Shu, may I interrupt briefly? This is for past district governors only. Is that correct?
It is, but
We
you're
have
invited.
others. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I bring it up because I'm running the Zoom and there are people on there who are not past district governors. Do you want them removed?
Well, it really is for a meeting of past district governors in the past. Normally, we would have a wonderful evening meal and then a sharing together. And you can just dream about that evening meal, okay?
There's someone who is
governors alone.
identified as Moto E5 Cruise. I have no way of knowing who that is and if they should be in this meeting.
Okay.
Only
Well-
district governors should be in this meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could whoever is Moto E5 Cruise identify themselves, please?
I'd move on.
All right, I will be removing that individual.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the help.
Shu, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I was not able to join the meeting early this morning to hear Jennifer Jones' presentation. Was that recorded and can it be made available?
Yes, it was recorded. And Governor Joe, you might give us a direction about how we would be able to view that.
This entire meeting through the breakout and even our meeting, if we choose to, will be on.
Joe, you need to unmute. Joe, you need to
I
unmute.
apologize. I
Okay.
apologize. Yeah, the entire meeting will be on the district website to review. All the speakers of this morning, the speech from Floyd Lancia are all on the website.
Yeah.
But it wasn't Jennifer Jones, though.
No, Floyd Lancia. Yes.
Is that helpful to you, Bill?
I'm sorry?
Is that helpful to you?
I think I understood the answer.
Okay.
It will be on our website when, Joe?
I would expect it the next day. I mean, we're going to do it right now.
Okay.
No, we're not. We're going to edit it first, guys.
Oh, all right. Well, can you send the DGs, PDGs an email telling us when it will be available and at what website?
I'd be glad to do that.
Bill,
Yes.
Bill, this is Jennifer. I'll be doing the editing of all of the glitches that we had, and I'll make that available, and I will email it to all the PDGs. How does that sound?
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is welcoming District Governor-elect Ray Cramp, who shared in the last hour. But Ray, if you would take a few minutes to acquaint yourself with this august group, we're delighted that you're here.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good to see everybody. If you were on the last session where I presented my goals for last year, it pretty much kind of summarized what my initiatives are for next year, and a lot of them are in line with Shaker Meta's goals for Rotary. So if anybody has any questions specifically regarding any of those, I'd be happy to address them. You will find that I am doing a couple of things, partnering with other districts in the zone. For example, the Peace Symposium. I'm partnering with District 6660 in the Columbus, Ohio area, and the Empowering Girls initiative. It'll be with 2 districts in Tennessee, Northern Kentucky, and 2 in Ohio. So, and there may be more joining that initiative as well. So it'll be a lot of collaboration by year. And the Rotary Day of Service that Shaker wants us to do. There'll be another collaborative effort amongst the clubs in the district and community members and community organizations. So the Rotary Day of Service is not about just one Rotary Club, it's multiple Rotary clubs joining together along with other community organizations. So you'll hear more and more about that in the coming months, but that's a big initiative. And then the polio in October, World Polio Day. I really want to promote that throughout the district and publicize that and help raise some more funds for Polio Plus through that endeavor. And I also mentioned it's the first time that our district will host a Peace Symposium, which I said we're doing jointly with Ohio. And I'm also going to conduct some conflict training workshops in the fall to give our members some tools to be able to go out and help teach other people how to resolve conflicts. And that's the same with the Empowering Girls initiative. A lot of what we're going to try to do next year is just bring awareness and teach and bring some tools to everybody in order to work through the challenges we're faced, and particularly the equity and the diversity initiative. I am very thankful for Dale and Mickey stepping up to lead that task force. I've been in a lot of discussions with RI about this from the very beginning since IA, and we are one of the few districts in the country that has started out quickly with this, and they're very happy to, and they're really excited to be willing to work with us next year on that. So I'm excited about that, and that ties in greatly with our Peace initiative. 2 classes I had in grad school actually in conflict resolution were actually dedicated on culture and gender. So it's a huge piece of this whole thing that's going on, and it's going on in our society right now. So I think this is a great time for Rotary Rotarians to be leaders and lead in these topics. And this is where our society is right now, and I think Rotary needs to really take a good, strong leadership role in with these two issues. So I'm looking forward to, excited about that. The peace topic, the Empowering Girl topic, and the diversity topic are probably near and dear to my heart personally for a number of reasons. And if you'd like me to share that with you offline sometime, I'd be happy to do so. I have experiences with all of them, and both good and bad. And so that's kind of where my energies and my interest are, my passion is. So you'll be hearing a lot more about that. And the membership, Bruce, and I touched on that, the Shaker's message or theme on that is each one, bring one. We want every Rotarian to bring a new member to Rotary. And that's very important for a number of reasons. As you well know, we need to have more people to serve. But on the financial end of things, we need the membership dues to support our district so we can support their programs. Those of you who are here from the Finance Committee know how lean the budget is this year, and the projections that I made of what our membership is going to be come July, and I based that on the budget, on the income. So it's a challenging year, and if we don't grow, we're going to be faced with further financial constraints going forward. So that's really another incentive that we need to push for membership. Speaking of the budget, there is a Zoom call Monday evening at 6:30 with the president-elects, the finance committee, and all of you have been invited to do that for them to vote on the budget. And then I will have a business meeting and discuss some other things with the PEs Monday night. I have not received any feedback at all from anyone on the budget. So if anyone here this morning has or this afternoon any questions about that, I'd be happy to address those as well. So other than that, I'm excited about the year. And Floyd's message this morning, he must have been looking over my shoulder this past couple of weeks when he wrote that, because he took a lot of words right out of my mouth. He couldn't have hit it any more points than I could have. We need to regain our relationships with each other in our clubs. And my opinion is, as Rotarians, we're called to serve and serve others. But I think this year it's important for us to be able to serve each other first. I mean, let's get our family back intact and get our family strong and healthy so we can go out there and serve. So let's get back and build those relationships with our other club members. Let's check on them, see what they've been up to, and get them back engaged and refreshed. You're going to hear the word refreshed out of me a lot this year, getting members in the clubs refreshed and re-engaged. Take it slow, make it simple, get back to basics. That's my message to the club this year.
Well, thank you, Governor-elect Ray, and appreciate this group is here to support you, and we're putting up our muscle to help things look a lot better for the next year. Any comments or questions for Ray? Okay, next item on the agenda is the introduction of District Governor nominee, Demiki McAllen. I don't know if Miki is on with us. I don't see her. You're aware of her assignment that will be forthcoming. She was the former president of the Fishers Club in 2018 and 2019. She is a Paul Harris Fellow, and she kind of counts in her heart the beauty of being able to go to Sierra Leone with her club in creating a water well. So anyway, Miki will be forthcoming in her assignment. And then the next item on the agenda is really an introduction of our district governor nominee designate, and that is Jennifer Stanfield, who I think is probably on the line with us. There she is. Thank you, Jennifer, for coming on. She's a past president of her club in Crawfordsville, Indiana. She is a Paul Harris Fellow. She's been the club director for that club since 2015. She was the Rotarian of the Year this previous year, and she is married to Rob, her husband. Do you have a word for this team?
Well, thank you. I don't have anything prepared because I've been behind the scenes all day today. I would just like to say thank you very much for the nomination and the interview process, and what a wonderful group of past district governors that I know I'll have your support, because I'm going to call each and every one of you for help. Thank you, Shu.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being on. Governor Joe, I'm going to turn back to you for just a moment, because you sent a letter to all of these governors that actually was signed by John Huco. And let's talk about that in terms of Rotary International Director?
The bylaws in Rotary require that we have a nominating committee established of past district governors to provide a Rotary International Director nominee. This will be a nominating committee appointment to select a director for 23 to 25, 2023, 25. We also need an alternate. So we want to throw this open to have some discussion, a possible nominee who would like to serve on the zone 4, 5, 10, 12, 19, 24, 26, and 30 zones for the nomination of a Rotary International Director. This will be the nominating committee. Does anyone have any interest in serving on a nominating committee in selecting this Rotary International Director?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Tom Fisher.
Great. Anyone want to make a motion to accept Tom as our delegate?
I move that we accept Tom, and I move that we close the nominations.
That being
I'll second
stated,
it.
moved and seconded. Tom, your approval acclamation. Thank you very much.
Yeah. What have I done?
We have an alternate that would like to serve if Tom would have a problem. Bryce Adam mentioned he would serve if let's. Bing, do you have an interest? You're muted.
Unmute, Bing, unmute.
He's giving us sign language. I can't read sign language, Bing.
Bing, can you unmute yourself?
There we
Sure,
go.
I've just been, okay, I would be happy to be the alternate.
Okay.
We have a motion that Bing be our alternate.
I move Bing be the alternate.
All right. Have a second?
Second.
Second. Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations?
Well, I kind of wanted you to nominate Bryce since he wasn't here. I thought that was kind of funny.
Well, Bryce contacted me when he received the letter and said he would accept if he were nominated.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just kidding.
No, no. Well, hearing no other nominations, I'm going to move the nominations be closed and we accept Bing as our alternate. Bing, congratulations. Governor Schutz, back to you.
Okay, well, thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor Joe, for at least responding to that beautiful letter by John Huco, who kind of encouraged all of us to go back into the Rotary International bylaws for voting and choosing a person on this nominating committee, which certainly is a very important assignment. So thank you all for today. Let's again express our thanks to Joe Collins.
Can I have a moment? Can I have a question?
We're expressing thanks to Joe Collins right now for the day. Excellent.